Chapter 76. Bad Wolf, what are you doing next to my room? Julia and Aditya came out of their rooms at the same time and saw each other. That is my room. Aditya innocently replied while pointing towards his room. Aditya's long blue hair was slightly wet and messy. He was wearing pants and a white shirt. Julia couldn't help but feel dazed staring at his otherworldly handsome face. Julia has seen men who are even more handsome than him, but there is something unique about him that made her hard to resist this bad man. Maybe in others' eyes, he is not the best handsome-looking man out there, but in her eyes, this hooligan was the best-looking man in the whole world. Why are you looking so nervous? Your face is slightly red. He took a step forward and asked as he brought his face near her. Thump, thump. Aditya looked at her rosy lips. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look even cuter. Unlike normal times, tonight she had tied her hair in a bun, exposing her seductive nape. Just looking at her nape, Aditya felt his throat was getting dry. Tonight her purple pupils seemed to have a magnetic shine on them, making him feel like wanting to stare at her forever. While looking at each other's eyes, Aditya brought his face forward. Both of them seemed to be lost in their romantic world, not caring about the outside world. Just when their faces were only 10 inches from each other, a sweet and gentle voice that felt like a loud, thunderous roar at that moment woke up them. Both of you should stop standing there and come for dinner. Both of their bodies jerked up as they moved away. Julia's entire face flushed red, while Aditya, being the thick-skinned and shameless, he looked at Sophie and nodded his head. We will be there in a minute. Meanwhile, Sophie couldn't help but smile. There was an extra touch of satisfaction in her smile. There is no way an experienced woman like her would mistake what she just saw. Did something made you happy? Adam asked, seeing his wife smiling happily. It's secret. Sophie mischievous winked her right eye at Adam. Adam couldn't stop himself from smiling, as this was the wink that initially captured his heart in his younger days. If Sophie had not accepted him, the poor man still would have been a virgin, given how fierce and wild he is. But in front of his wife, he is like a tamed cat. If people saw the wild lion of the kingdom of Echo, Dominion, acting like a tamed cat, they would call him a chicken. But Adam had no problem being called a chicken. In the house, he always listened to his wife's words. He had no problem listening to his wife's words, as he doing it out of love. While other dukes had multiple wives to produce multiple heirs, Adam, on the other hand, feared that marrying someone else would break his family. On the other hand, an entire minute passed, no one said anything. Aditya gave her time to calm down. He knew if he said something at this moment, he would be labeled as the big bad bully. Shall we go? Aditya asked gently, to which the alchemy goddess replied with a small nod. Both of them quietly walked through the long corridor. After reaching the dining table, Aditya was expecting to see a big dining table. But Sophie and Adam were sitting on a small table big enough for 4 or 5 people. My mom thinks that it's more enjoyable to eat food in a small. It's easier to talk with family members and is more comfortable. If Adam is hosting any gathering or party, or some big nobles are coming to visit him, only then the small table would be replaced with a big, long dining table. Aditya nodded while approaching the dining table. The more time he spent in this castle, the more he realized just how much of a perfect wife Julia's mother, Sophie, is. While he has been expecting to be looked down on by her parents, given the huge gap between them, they were totally different from what he had expected. This made Aditya very relieved, though he still cannot understand why. Adam is always so hostile to me. Walter, have you eaten? Julia asked as she sat opposite, facing her mother. This humble servant has eaten a few hours ago. Thank you for asking. While it's considered rude and disrespectful for servants, maids, and butlers to have their food before their master, Sophie did the opposite. Behind Julia, Aditya also walked toward the dining table. As he approached the dining table, once again he found Adam glaring at him like he was looking at his biggest enemy. Aditya sat next to Julia as Sophie started serving the food. Walter, you can leave us alone. Understood, milady. After giving a small bow, Walter retreated without making any noise. For some reason, after spending a little time here, Aditya was starting to feel that compared to Watson, Walter was a better butler. Walter looked, sounded, and acted more professionally. After Walter, the family along, Sophie turned her attention to the man whom she already considered her son-in-law. Aditya wasn't trying to pretend to be polite. In front of them, he didn't have the aura of a ruler. In his previous life, Aditya has always followed the rule of not bringing politics into family matters. He was not to show off or flex his achievements. Aditya was doing the same in this life. All right, let's start eating. Aditya, you can go first. He nodded his head as he looked at the small piece of magical beast's meat that has been fired. Just from the appetizing aroma, he knew that every dish on the table would be very delicious. Using the pair of chopsticks, he put the meat in his mouth. How is it? Sophie gently asked with a smile. It's really good. HMPH. Of course, it would be good. The food was cooked by my wife after all. Adam snorted and also started eating. Oh, what do we have here? He. It looks like just like the daughter, the father is also a tsundere. Now I know from whom Julia got her tsundere personality. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Julia, who was elegantly having her food, but on the other hand, her father's eating was far from elegance. It seems this tsundere personality runs deep in the Onard family bloodline. If it wasn't for Miss Sophie's teaching, Julia's personality might have become more fierce and wild just like her father. Just imagining Julia with a wild and savage personality like her father made him shiver. Aditya, why don't tell us a little bit about your kingdom? I heard that the Istran kingdom has been rapidly expanding and growing. Sophie started a conversation with Aditya while Julia and Adam remained quiet and ate their food. Occasionally, she and Adam would make a comment or two. What about the merit system that you implemented in your kingdom? It was Adam who asked the question. Adam and Sophie have been keeping an eye on the changes going on in the Istran kingdom. When Aditya came up with the merit point system, Adam and Sophie were greatly shocked, as no kingdom in the world had adopted this kind of system. In my opinion, the merit point system will greatly boost your kingdom's military in short term. But in long term, I am not sure about that. Adam wanted to see if Aditya would know what problem he was talking about. If Uncle is talking about corruption, then yes, this will become a problem in the future. No matter what place, time, or era it is, corruption will always exist. Aditya said the latter part as a reference to all the corruption in his country and other foreign countries. Corruption can bring a nation to its knees by draining its wealth. Adam and Sophie were secretly a little surprised given how calm Aditya was. Since you look so calm, I assume that you already have a plan to prevent corruption in your kingdom. Aditya nodded his head in response. As the king, I will need eyes to oversee the events happening in every corner of my kingdom. Adam and Sophie, what he meant by eyes, Aditya was calm because he had eyes all over his kingdom even though he was away from his kingdom. The Magians were doing their jobs pretty well. Every corrupt official was being monitored and then publicly executed for corruption, which planted the seed of fear in other officials' hearts and kept them away from betraying the kingdom. Even though he wouldn't admit it, but Adam was already very impressed with Aditya. Aditya was so young, yet he was so talented. Okay, let me ask you this. What would you do if one of your duke became powerful enough to even threaten you? Aditya calmly ate another piece of magical beast-fired meat and looked at Adam with a small smile. It depends. If the duke is someone that I trust fully, then letting him become powerful is not a harmful thing. But if the duke is someone who has the intention of going against the royal order and going against the king, then I have the means to deal with them before they could even think of taking any actions against me. Aditya has made all of the governors accept the contract. With the contract, if they even think of going against him, the contract will rip their souls. Also, Aditya was thinking of giving his governors a drop of his blood and turning them into his Dragonians. Even if the whole world turns against him, his Dragonians will never even think of betraying him. Aditya knew for a fact that his Dragonians will become the main and strongest power point of his kingdom. Let's stop with all this political nonsense and enjoy our dinner together. Julia, how have you been doing in the Eastern Kingdom? Hearing the question, Aditya's body turned stiff. He nervously glanced at Julia. Aditya is not sure how Adam would react when he hears that his daughter has been working as a maid for 2 years. Chapter 77. Let's stop with all this political nonsense and enjoy our dinner together. Julia, how have you been doing in the Eastern Kingdom? Hearing the question, Aditya's body turned stiff. He nervously glanced at Julia. Aditya is not sure how Adam would react when he hears that his daughter has been working as a maid for 2 years. I have been doing fine. Living in the Eastern Kingdom has taught me many things. I was able to meet new kinds of people and learn many new things. At first, I guess I had some trouble adapting, living to a new place. But with time, the Eastern Kingdom became my second home. As a mother, Sophie can see just how much her daughter has matured as a person. When Julia left, a few years ago, her father wanted to destroy the Eastern Kingdom to bring her daughter back. But Sophie convinced Adam that their daughter needs to face this alone. Julia has been living under her parents' protection her whole life. She needed real-life experience to mature as a person. At first, she hated and cursed her fate. Whenever she looked at the drunken face of the man who was her husband in name, she always got angry. She hated every moment, every second of working. Seeing his drunken face, it made her sick. But one day the man she looked down upon changed. It was like the man had shed his skin and become a person. His personality, his behavior, his way of thinking, everything about him changed. Though his face remained the same, his personality had completely changed. Here, eat this fish. I can't finish it. Under the stunned gaze of Sophie and Adam, their daughter gave Aditya the fired fish. Aditya accepted the fish and continued eating. The way she just causally gave the fired fish to Aditya looked very natural. Aditya, do you have any plans of returning to your family one day? Everyone at the table stopped eating and stared at Aditya. This question was a serious and sensitive question. Aditya has never shown any look of pain or anger for being kicked out of the royal family. If he had not been kicked out, then he would have become the king of the strongest kingdom in the whole world. In the past, Julia and Watson also have thought of asking the same question to the man who achieved so much in 2 months. They wanted to know how he felt being kicked out of his royal family. Aditya put the chopsticks on the table and looked at Sophie. The expression on his face was cold, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. No, I have no plans of returning to the royal family. I was abandoned and thrown away so far away from home. Besides, I don't think my parents would be interested in raising a child that couldn't activate dragon bloodline. That's not true. You have awakened your bloodline, not just any bloodline, heavenly dragon bloodline. In fact, it's the other way around. It's your parents who are not worthy of calling you their child. Heavenly dragon bloodline. Adam and Sophie stared at each other in a deep state of shock. How many dragons in this whole world had a heavenly dragon bloodline? The answer is no one. Not even the Dragon King had a heavenly bloodline. Meanwhile, the alchemy goddess, the future queen of the Dragon King, was fuming in anger. Yes, she hated the Aditya that drank alcohol all day long. But she also felt sad, angry, and pity for Aditya, who was thrown from the top of the mountain to a wasteland. If I ever see your parents, I will slap them to death. The Dragon King smiled as his heart felt warm seeing the goddess getting angry for him. This showed just how much the alchemy goddess has come to care about him. Calm down. Aditya patted her right shoulder. Aditya, I apologize for asking you such questions. Sophie realized that she shouldn't have asked this kind of question at the dining table. Auntie, there is no need to apologize. I simply don't care. Julia looked at Aditya and then continued eating. She now had lost the appetite to continue eating. By the way, Uncle, I have a request. Adam put the rice bowl down. What is it, kid? Actually, I am a rune master. I was hoping if I can borrow some books, advanced rune books. Sophie and Adam were once again surprised. Oh, you know rune spells. Actually, Aditya is a 2-star rune master. During the war with the Zulux dynasty, his rune spells played a big role. The future queen looked very proud when she said those words. I didn't know you were so talented. Runes were the same as solving mathematics. Rune masters were very difficult to produce. Even the House of Anard had only one 3-star rune master and a few 2-star rune masters. I am not that talented. I have learned a bit under King Ahmed. Aditya lied since the previous king. His adopted father didn't know a thing about runes, but it was the only way he could answer. How he learned about runes when he always was busy drinking. Kid, I have a 3-star rune master working for me. If you want, I can order him to teach you. If you wish to read books on runes, you can just head to the library. Aditya noticed the hostility. Adam's eyes has decreased significantly. It seems the man was beginning to accept him as his son-in-law. Thank you, uncle. You can just call us father and mother. PTTTT. Cough, cough. All right, you can continue to call us uncle and aunt. Seeing him looking so nervous, Sophie did not pursue this matter further. Now that our daughter has returned, it won't be long before the news spread throughout the kingdom. Should we take this chance to announce our daughter's engagement to Aditya? Aditya was expecting Julia to protest, but instead, she lowered her head and continued eating. He can see that her ears were red. Isn't it too fast? Everyone would expect the future husband of the alchemy goddess and the most beautiful woman on the continent to be a person with high status and social standing. Kid, what are you talking about? Are you playing with my daughter? Aditya felt the killing intent in his eyes increasing. Calm down, dear. Aditya, once the news of our daughter returning home spreads, many nobles and kings will come with marriage proposals for their sons. Even when she left home a few years ago, every day, many big nobles came to ask for Julia's hand in marriage. Do you understand what that means? Aditya nodded in response. When the news of Aditya being kicked out of the royal family spread, all the people in the continent danced in happiness. Without the royal family backing him up, the contract had no meaning to them. They can have some chances of marrying one of the goddesses. This is what was happening with Julia. By announcing her engagement, even though there is a chance that the Anard family might end up offending some people, at least no one will come to ask for our daughter's hand. Of course, I understand that by letting your name be known, some jealous people will try to take revenge on you by attacking your kingdom. So for now, we will use a different identity. You will be Aditya, a 2-star rune master, whom the princess of the Anard family has liked and picked as her future husband. Aditya lacked nothing. He had a heavenly dragon bloodline, which meant that as long as he was given time, he would reach the 7th order in the far future. Besides having a heavenly dragon bloodline, the way he was developing his kingdom, it won't be long before the Eastern kingdom becomes of the biggest and strongest kingdom on the whole continent. Others might think that Aditya wasn't worthy, but in Sophie and Adam's eyes, he was the worthiest man in the world. Most important of all, their daughter also loved her fiancé, which was the biggest reason why Sophie and Adam, even though he didn't want to, had accepted him. That's perfect. In half-month, Julia's birthday is also coming. I think it would be the perfect time to introduce Aditya as her fiancé. Adam nodded, even though he didn't want to admit it, but compared to those trash sons of dukes and nobles, Aditya's character was 100 times better. The dinner went on for almost 2 hours, as Sophie and Adam continued asking many things to Julia and Aditya. As time passed, Aditya noticed that Adam's hostility toward him was also decreasing, which was a good thing. Kid, if you want to learn from a rune master, you better get up early in the morning. Good night, Aditya. Good night, Auntie. Mom, I am going to take a look after my lab. Julia was away from home for a few years. She has been dying to see the condition of her lab. Sure, but don't stay up late. While Julia went to her lab, Aditya returned to his bedroom and laid down after wearing his pajamas. Before 15 days, I will have to reach 3rd order. Chapter 78. The next day, Aditya woke up very early in the morning. Repeatedly waking up at the same time, he has developed a natural alarming system. Back in his castle, he usually would get up very early in the morning and practice sword arts for an hour or two. The reason Aditya did this was that he sucked at using a sword. Most of his battles were won with agility. In terms of sword skills, Aditya barely comes in the basic mastery category. So every morning, while others slept, he got up and practiced sword arts with some guidance from Watson. After practicing for an hour or two, he would take a cold shower and then practice his rune skills. Being a 2-star rune master, there was a lot of things that Aditya still needed to try. He still wants to try making a mana gathering formation or defense formation and all kinds of stuff. Only by practicing, Aditya can become an expert. After an hour of rune practice, he would have breakfast with Julia Watson and his generals. No one would have complained if Aditya did not share his dining table with his generals. But he did that to forge a close bond with everyone. Also, the food tastes extra better when it's shared with other people. After having breakfast, Aditya would assume his role as the Dragon King. He would go through various papers, documents, and all. 90% of his time was always spent in his office. I guess it's not a bad thing to take a break or two. The work was so intense that many times, Aditya had to skip sleeping at night. Now finally, after a whole month of endless work, Aditya was finally having a break in time to focus on building himself. Should I just go back to sleep? For some hesitation, Aditya decided to continue practicing his sword skills. Today is difficult. Tomorrow will be even more difficult. But the day after tomorrow is beautiful. Whenever Aditya felt lazy and unmotivated, he would always say these words in his mind. Disciple and hard work were necessary to achieve success in life. After washing up, he changed his clothes and went out of his bedroom. Since it was very early in the morning, the whole castle was very quiet. Without trying to make any noise, Aditya reached the living where he found Walter and the maids cleaning and talking among themselves. Walter noticed Aditya. He walked up to him and slightly bent his body to bow to Aditya. "Good morning, young master." "Good morning, Walter. Do you usually get up this early?" "Yes. As the servant of the House of Honard, it is my duty to get up very early in the morning." The maids stopped cleaning and stared at Aditya for a few seconds before they saw Walter's cold glare. The maids quickly resumed their work, but occasionally they would take a peek to look at the face of Miss Julia's fiancé. "Young master, do you need anything? To be honest, I am a little surprised to see you wake up this early in the morning." Walter has met many people in his almost 2-century-long old life. In his opinion, Aditya was the most humble and kind young master he has ever met. Walter can kind of understand why his twin brother Watson stayed behind to serve this man. "Haha, I am used to waking up very early in the morning to practice my sword skills." "Walter, can you please show me where the training ground is?" Hearing Aditya's words, Walter was kind of stunned. Aditya was only 19 years old. Considering how young he is, he can already be considered a genius. For reaching mid-second order, his talent was enough to give him the title of a genius, yet he was waking up very early in the morning just to practice his sword skills. This made Walter respect Aditya from the bottom of his heart. There was countless genius born on the continent, but not everyone had the same determination as Aditya to leave the comfy bed and get up very early in the morning just to practice sword skills. "Young master, would you like to train alone or would you like to train with others?" Because at this time the soldiers would also get up to train. The soldiers had to wake up at this time and train for several hours before they were given breakfast. To be honest, I am not that good at using swords, so I guess having a guide or partner would greatly help me. Aditya felt a little embarrassed to say these words. If only his past self had not been a lazy person, then Aditya wouldn't have to learn this kind of thing. "All right, come with me, young master." "Walter, why are you here?" Seeing Walter at the training ground, a man with a red mustache stepped forward. Aditya glanced at the man who stood in front of Walter. The man was 5 feet 9 inches tall, the same height as Aditya. The man had short spiky red hair and a long scar on his right cheek. The man had pointy ears. His body was muscular and he was holding a black greatsword in his right hand. "Before I say anything, this is Lady Julia's fiancé. His name is Aditya. Young master wants to spar and wants to learn." The man narrowed his eyes hearing that his man with long blue hair was Lady Julia's fiancé. The news was too sudden even for him. "Walter, are you lying?" "Of course not. Master said that on the upcoming princess's birthday, he will announce the engagement to the whole world." The man took a deep breath and nodded his head. The news was just too sudden for him. What? Hearing Watson's words, the soldiers who were training also stopped. They all looked like they have been struck by a bolt of lightning. Their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg inside. The training ground was similar to the training ground that Aditya had built for his troops to train, except this one was almost 4 times bigger. There were more than 5,000 soldiers training, sparring against each other. And right now, everyone in the training ground was looking at Aditya in a deep state of shock. The princess of Anard noble household, the most beautiful woman on the continent, the alchemy goddess, was engaged to a man. The news was just too shocking for them to digest. The half-elf stared at Aditya for an entire minute. No matter how much he looked, he still couldn't understand why this man was the princess's future husband. Given how beautiful, how talented, and how big Julia's background is, even the continent's biggest genius wouldn't be worthy of standing beside her. I don't understand what uniqueness this man has that made Lord Adam choose him as her daughter's fiancé. If we are talking about cultivation, then yes, reaching mid-second order by the age of 19 is a feat of a genius. But there are hundreds of geniuses who are 100 times better than this man. This continent's best geniuses who stand at the top already have reached third order or above. If those geniuses are not given a chance of marrying Lady Julia, then why a man like him is given the chance of marrying Lady Julia? My name is Eddie Wood. Eddie was not convinced. He has been watching and looking after Lady Julia as she grew up. In Eddie's opinion, Aditya is simply not worthy of becoming Lady Julia's husband compared to the princes and sons of dukes. What background did this man have? Aditya sensed the hostility in Eddie's eyes. Aditya instantly understood why this man looked so unhappy and slightly angry with Aditya. He has been expecting to face this kind of situation from the moment Julia asked him to meet her parents. Eddie addressed Aditya by his name without any formality, showing that he didn't respect Aditya. "Aditya, if you want to learn from me, first I will need to face just how good you're. Do you mind if we have a small spar?" Aditya inwardly smiled. There was no way he can't feel the fighting intent in Eddie's eyes. At this point, Eddie wasn't even bothering to hide the contempt and disdain in his eyes. "So he wants to test me. Bring it on." Aditya was not afraid. As a dragon, he welcomed challenges with open arms. "All right." Walter became nervous. He can see the dissatisfaction in Eddie's eyes. Knowing Eddie's personality, the half-elf was looking to bully Aditya in the name of a spar. "Young master, please reconsider, sir. Eddie is a beginner fourth-order cultivator, while you're a mid-second-order cultivator. I mean no disrespect, but you cannot fight him." Walter did not want to see Aditya being humiliated by Eddie in front of so many soldiers. "Don't worry for this fight. I will lower my strength to match yours," Eddie said quickly, fearing that Aditya will back out from the fight after hearing his cultivation level. "Walter, I appreciate your concerning words, but I will be fine." Aditya looked around. Even a fool can see the dissatisfaction in the soldiers' faces. Just like Eddie, they too also thought that Aditya was not worthy. He needed to display his strength to prove that he was indeed worthy of standing together with Julia. "Are you ready?" Chapter 79. Under Walter's nervous and concerned gaze, Aditya and Eddie stood opposite, facing each other. The soldiers also stopped sparring and moved back to give space for Sir Eddie and Aditya to fight. "Are you ready?" Eddie asked as his eyes radiated killing intent. He couldn't wait to beat the hell out of Aditya. "Yes, I am ready." Under everyone's shocked gaze, Aditya's both arms transformed into dragon claws. His arms were covered in red crimson scales that seems to have a unique shine. His fingers turned into a dragon sharp and long dragon claws. Both of his arms were shining in crimson light. "So he is a dragon." Eddie and others realized that the future husband of the princess is actually a dragon. Even Walter also looked very surprised. He did not know that Aditya was a dragon. What kind of dragon is he? He suppressed his bloodline to the extent that I assumed that he was a human. Walter wondered as stared at his arms. Not every dragon had the power to suppress its bloodline. Even beginner 4th Order Eddie couldn't sense Aditya's bloodline even though he was only a few meters away from him. Ignoring everyone's surprised gazes, Aditya took out his peak 2-star sword that he had enchanted with runes. I am ready, boom. The ground beneath Eddie and Aditya shattered into pieces as they charged at each other. Clang. Everyone heard the clunking sound of sword and greatsword colliding. Clang, clang. After a few clashes, both of them retreated back and waited for the other party to attack. Eddie was a little impressed. Though he suppressed his speed to mid-second order, he did not hold back in, using his strength. Each of his strikes was enough to kill a beginner 3rd order, yet Aditya managed to defend without taking any injuries. Aditya stared at Eddie. He could feel his arms getting numb. Each strike of the greatsword was filled with power that even a 3rd order would have trouble defending against. If he had not transformed his arms into dragon claws, just the shockwave of their clashes would have cracked his arm's bones, if not broken his arm's bones. Crack. Everyone on the training ground heard the lightning cracking sound that came from Aditya. When they closely looked at his body, they found dark blue lightning was flickering around his body. With each passing second, the blue lightning around his body kept on increasing. Lightning dash. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Aditya disappeared as they kept hearing lightning cracking sounds. Even Walter rubbed his eyes several times in shock seeing how just Aditya moved. He no longer can see Aditya. The only thing he and others saw was a circle of blue flashes of lightning moving around Eddie. Swoosh. He is fast. His speed is even higher than some peak 3rd order. At this moment, Eddie might look calm outside, but his heart wasn't calm at all. A mid-second order moving at the speed faster than most peak 3rd order is unheard of. Eddie tightly gripped the black greatsword as he waited for his attack. This battle long had passed the mark of 2nd order. Aditya moved 10 meters radius around Eddie. At this moment, he was moving at the speed of 600 plus. Here it comes. Eddie felt the ground beneath him tremble for a small second. To his shock, the ground itself suddenly turned into magma. But before the magma touched his feet, he had jumped. Using all of his strength, boom. The strength of a beginner 4th order cannot be underestimated. Eddie easily was able to jump 15 meters in the air. Aditya did not stop running in a circle even though Eddie had jumped in the air. Just as Eddie jumped from the ground, 7 red-crimson bolts of lightning headed toward him from 7 directions. Crimson blink. The attack took Eddie off guard. After all, he wasn't prepared for anything like this. He still managed to react in time and block one of the crimson lightning bolts using his black greatsword. Boom! Everyone in the training ground couldn't believe it. Some of their bodies even trembled in fear. As the dust settled down, they found their teacher and also their commander with several injuries. The shirt that Eddie was previously wearing was burned. Everyone saw several deep burning marks on his chest, back, shoulders, and on his thighs. The burning mark on his back was the worst, as some part of his flesh was also burned. No way the commander was actually injured by a mid-second order. This should be impossible. This is in fact impossible. What we're seeing is not less than a miracle. Neither party was holding back. Eddie at first simply wanted to teach William a lesson by using his strength. But who would have thought that the Lady Julia's future husband would be this powerful? Powerful enough to harm a beginner 4th order. Swoosh. Aditya appeared 20 meters away from Eddie. To think my crimson blink can only do this much damage to him shows just how strong a 4th order really is. If Aditya had used the same move against peak 3rd order, he was 100% sure that 3rd order would have instantly died. But Eddie was able to take on his attack, only to end up with some 3rd-degree burns. Eddie did not say a word, rather the killing intent in his eyes only increased. A mid-second order managing to land injuries on a beginner 4th order is unheard of. Right now, Eddie wanted nothing more than to fight Aditya without holding back at all. Eddie was the general and also the commander of Lord Adam. He has led troops to many battles and has managed to win all of them. He even forgot how long it has been since the last time he was injured. Now that he finally has found an opponent that could injure him, he wanted to fight. He totally forgot that Aditya was Lord Adam's guest, and most importantly, Lady Julia's husband. Eddie raised the 1 meter's long black greatsword above his head as he began condensing more and more of his mana in his greatsword, causing a faint blue aura to surround the black greatsword. The faint blue aura that was surrounding the black greatsword started expanding in length. Aditya, Walter, and other soldiers looked up and were horrified to see a 20 meters long blue, transparent energy spiraling around the black greatsword. Eddie, stop. You're going too far. Walter desperately shouted as he believed that there was no way Aditya could take the attack. This attack would also damage a large of the castle itself. However, Eddie was deeply immersed in the battle. He does not know how long it has been since he found someone who can give him a good fight. Great Calamity Slash. If Walter had the strength, the power, the agility, then he would have rushed to save Aditya from this horrifying attack. The attack descended on Aditya at lightning speed. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the entire city of Apogale. All the citizens who were sleeping peacefully were instantly awakened by the thunderous roar of heaven. The castle and the areas around the castle began shaking as if some great earthquake had come. Young Master, Walter and all the soldiers were blown away from the shockwave of the attack. If someone looked in the direction of the Honard family castle, then they would see a giant mushroom cloud rising in the air. The roar of heaven also awakened Julia, Zach, Adam and his wife Sophie from their sleep. Did someone attack our castle? Adam instantly rushed out of his room while Sophie and Julia hurriedly changed their pajamas before also running out of their rooms. Meanwhile, the entire training ground, which was 5 km big, and a big part of the castle were destroyed by the attack. All the soldiers who were standing at the side were blown away by the explosion of shockwave-like leaves. The only person who was still standing in the middle of the shockwave was Eddie himself. Dust and pebbles were flying around, making it difficult for him to see anything. He simply stood still as he can still feel that Aditya was still alive. What happened here? Adam, Sophie, Julia, and her little brother Zach arrived near the training ground. The only thing they saw was dust flying everywhere. Because of the dust, no one was able to see what just had happened. Sophie noticed Walter lying next to the wall. His face looked pale. Sophie runs to Walter's side and hurriedly fed him a healing potion. Cough, cough. Walter coughed out a mouthful of blood. What happened here? Adam asked while barely restraining his killing intent. He is known as the Savage Lion for no reason. Not even the Emperor has the balls to just directly attack his castle. Cough. Young Master and Eddie. Before Walter could finish the rest of the sentence, he lost his consciousness and fell to the ground. But from these 3 words, everyone instantly understood what was happening. Julia's face turned pale as her body began to shiver in fright. Her eyes instantly turned red as tears filled her eyes. Chapter 80. But from these 3 words, everyone instantly understood what was happening. Julia's face turned pale as her body began to shiver in fright. Her eyes instantly turned red as tears filled her eyes. Julia suddenly felt her head was getting heavy. She nearly fell down if Sophie had not supported her body. Daughter won't worry. But Aditya, Julia felt choked. Even though she bite that bad man, fought with him and sometimes even punched him, she deeply loved that bad wolf. Don't worry, your man is still alive. As a 4th order Adam still can sense Aditya, even though the cloud of dust was preventing him from seeing anything else. Her dad's words worked like medicine. She instantly felt relieved. The burden in her heart instantly disappeared. Dad, is he all right? Meanwhile, the little brother of Julia wondered who this man was. He wanted to see the face of the man for whom his dear sister shed tears for. I am not sure, but he is alive. Adam also calmed down a little knowing that Bastard was still alive. Sophie also sighed in relief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Aditya could be seen standing on the ground and breathing heavily. Huff, huff. His upper wear was burned from the shockwave. The shockwave itself was more dangerous than he assumed. Despite protecting his body using mana and his dragon scales, he still suffered some burns and injuries from the shockwave of the attack. Right before Eddie launched his attack, the Dragon King had used one of his passive skill blast of Divine Fury. All of the host stats, except for mana, will be temporarily increased by 50%. Activating the skill increased Aditya's stats by 50%, meaning that his agility, which had reached 600 plus 900 plus huff. Even if my stats increase because of my skills, my physical body is simply not strong enough to handle the shockwave of a fourth-order attack. If Aditya had not used mana to protect his body, his entire body would have exploded in a bloody mist. Even then, he still suffered a lot of injuries. His upper body was burned and was bleeding. He wanted to scream as loud as he can. The pain was just too much. Aditya, I know you're still alive. Since you have pushed me this far, let's continue this battle. We have a real winner. Eddie sounded super excited as he said those words. Adam and Sophie instantly frowned hearing Eddie's voice. Julia also felt hatred for Eddie. You should him before things get out of hand. He already has destroyed a large part of the castle. No, I say we let them continue. Aditya still can hold his ground against a fourth order. Just as Adam said those words, the training ground, which was covered with clouds of dust, was dispersed by a wave of crimson-red flame. What is that? Sophie felt fear seeing the crimson-red flame. She instinctively pulled Zack and Julia behind her to protect them. This is the crimson flame, the most powerful flame in the whole world. Just how did this kid have the crimson flame? Adam never saw the crimson flame with his eyes, but he had heard that this flame was terrifying. The flame's temperature was even higher than the temperature of magma. Eddie, standing 50 meters away from Aditya, saw the wave of crimson flame rising in the air. Ha, this is what I am talking about. Eddie no longer had that calm look on his face. He laughed and behaved like a crazy person. Being trained under Adam, Eddie also was a battle maniac. Eddie closed his right palm and formed a fist. He then condensed all of his mana in his right fist and punched the ground that now had become a huge crater. The previous explosion had turned the entire training ground into a giant crater more than 500 meters deep. Boom. Mom, what is that? Zack was clearly frightened by the wave of water that rose behind Eddie. That bastard, why is he using this kind of attack here? Even though Adam said these words in anger, he failed to realize that he was also showing an excited smile on his face. He simply couldn't wait to see how just powerful Aditya. Great tsunami. Boom. In just 5 seconds, a huge wave of water formed behind Eddie. Aditya, you better give all in this attack, otherwise you will die. Eddie stood on the top of the water. Goo. The tsunami was 30 meters tall, taller than the entire castle, and 100 meters wide. Adam's face changed as he hurriedly used his mana to protect the soldiers who already had lost consciousness from the previous explosion. Some soldiers who were standing near instantly died from the shockwave, while most of them suffered serious burns. Sophie, protect the children. Sophie nodded as she also created a wild mana barrier around them. Julia also used her power to create another extra layer of mana barrier, while Zack shrunk down and hid behind his mother's legs. This Crimson King will never back out from a fight. 2 pairs of red crimson wings appeared on Aditya's back. He flew 30 meters above the ground as he used Crimson Blaze. Bang! Breaking the ground, the crimson flame started rising in the air. The crimson flame wave was 30 meters big and 50 meters wide. Just the high temperature of the flame caused the castle to start burning, even though Adam and his family were standing almost 9 km away from Aditya. They still can feel the terrifying temperature of those crimson flames. Boom! 2 great forces of nature clashed. When the tsunami hit the crimson flame, everyone noticed that the temperature of the crimson flame was so high that just from a single touch, the water was evaporating, turning into mist. Even though Eddie tried to overcome and defeat Aditya's flames, his greatest attack was turned into mist, which instantly covered half of the city along with the castle and the training ground. Huff, I am out of mana. While standing 500 meters deep in the middle of the crater, Eddie looked at the crimson flame that still looked the same as before. If he had clashed against a normal fire-type cultivator, then he would have won. But what he faced was the strongest flame in the whole world. Before, clouds of dust were covering the training ground, but now a thick layer of mist was covering the entire castle and half of the city. It looks like Aditya won. Adam was still shocked. How can a mere mid-second order defeat a beginner fourth order? Eddie, you gave your strongest attack. Now allow me to present you my strongest attack. Hearing the loud voice, everyone raised their heads. Adam, with a wave of his hand, cleared the mist that was blocking their view. When the mist was cleared, Eddie nearly lost his consciousness from shock, seeing 50 meters big sphere made of crimson flame rapidly descending toward him. The crimson orb was 1 km above the sky. Everyone in the city was able to see the crimson orb and was frightened to death. What is he doing? This attack will destroy the whole city. Adam felt his throat getting dry, his heart beat wildly. Even he was not sure if he can defend against this kind of attack. In the middle of the 50 meters giant sphere of crimson flame, everyone saw a person rapidly descending toward Anard Noble House's castle. Just how much mana does this kid has? The only reason Aditya was able to keep on fighting this long was because of his mana. The Black Heart provided him with a huge supply of mana. Eddie bitterly smiled, seeing the 50 meters giant crimson sphere descending toward him. There was no way he can stop or defend against this kind of attack. I give up. I lose this battle. Silence. It was as if the entire city had heard those words. A beginner fourth order surrendering in front of a mid-second order. This kind of thing has never happened. Adam and Sophie were also frightened. If Aditya was this horrifying strong being still being at mid-second order, how powerful he will become once he reaches fourth order. I win. Aditya extended his crimson dragon wings and stopped when he was 500 meters above the ground. The crimson flame around him started disappearing. From this height, he can see how just big the crater was. The crater was 500 meters deep and more than 1,000 meters wide. In the middle of the crater, Eddie was kneeling on the ground as he stared at Aditya with endless respect and admiration in his eyes. Meanwhile, Julia treated Walter with a healing pill. When he regained his consciousness, the first thing he saw was Aditya standing 500 meters above the sky and looking down like a true overlord. If he is not worthy, then no one else is worthy. Chapter 81. Eddie stared at the sky while kneeling on the ground. For a moment, he felt like he was staring at God. In the next few seconds, he lost consciousness due to the lack of mana. Meanwhile, Adam and everyone in the city stared at the figure with red crimson wings flying, standing in the air. Huff, huff. By now, Aditya was also starting to feel weak. His stats might be significantly improved, but his body was not strong enough to take on the attack of fourth order. While breathing heavily, he flew down. It looks like in the heat of the battle, we have gone too far. 80% of the castle was either destroyed or burned because of his crimson flames. Aditya landed right before Adam and his family. He knew he would have to explain a lot of things. He was even ready to be scolded by Adam. But before anyone could say anything, Aditya nearly fell down when a figure jumped on him and tightly hugged his wounded body. You were too reckless. Sigh. This was just a spar. Adam and Sophie looked at each other and smiled. Others might have not noticed it, but Aditya never transformed into a dragon while fighting Eddie. This told that he was still holding back while fighting Eddie. Walter, tell me what happened here. Adam cannot ignore this huge commotion. 80% of the castle was burned and destroyed. A few hundred soldiers died, and the whole training ground had become a deep crater. Early in the morning, the young master asked me if I can show him where the training ground was. Meanwhile, Aditya was looking at the small boy who was also looking at him while hiding behind his mother. This little boy was Zach, Julia's little brother. Julia often talked about her little brother. This was supposed to be a small spar, but never did I expect that this small spar would turn into a life and death battle. After hearing the whole story, Adam did not look good. He felt so angry that If he could, he would have torn Eddie with his bare hands. Walter, give Eddie a healing potion. Bring him to me. I will personally punish that man for insulting my daughter's fiancé. Aditya is part of the family. I will not tolerate it if someone insults my family. Meanwhile, Julia stopped hugging him. She took out a 3-star healing potion and gave it to Aditya. Seriously, why do you even have to fight him? Julia sounded angry. She was looking to see if he had any other wounds on his body. Aditya couldn't help but smile. Even though he won't say it in this fight, he had to prove that he was worthy of Julia. He was fighting with her. With my current stats, I can even fight against a beginner 4th order. Maybe in my dragon transformation, I can fight a mid-4th order. A moment later, Eddie kneeling before Adam. Eddie, tell me why you did this. Before the wild lion, even Eddie felt scared. He lowered his head, as his body slightly trembled in fear. I thought that Aditya wasn't worthy. Eddie, are you questioning me? No, my lord, I wouldn't dare. Then why do you feel that Aditya is unworthy, when I have accepted him as my daughter's fiancé? Eddie's face turned pale as he realized his mistakes. My lord, I have made a mistake. I would to redeem myself. Tell me, what do you think of Aditya after this battle? Adam asked instead of replying. Eddie glanced at Aditya, who standing next to Julia. If he is not worthy, then no one is worthy. You will receive no salary for the next 5 years. Your salary will be used to reconstruct the castle. Now, as punishment, I want you to cut off your right arm and right leg. Eddie gritted his teeth and nodded. He had no regret. This fight brought him satisfaction and made him realize that there were many things that he needed to improve on. Julia covered Zach's eyes, as she didn't wish her little brother to see this kind of scene. With a swing, Eddie cut off his left arm and left arm. He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his consciousness. He felt his mind was going to stop working from the pain itself. Give him a 5-star healing pill. After taking the 5-star healing pill, Aditya was shocked to see Eddie's left arm and left arm leg were regrowing. He heard that a 5-star healing pill can even bring a person from the brink of death. As long as a person has one single breath left in him, that person could be healed using a 5-star healing pill. Since you have dared to insult Aditya, from now on you will be Aditya's bodyguard. As long as he stays here, you shall protect him all the time. Aditya raised an eyebrow. What Julia's father was thinking, why would he need a bodyguard when he can even take on 4th order? Understood, my lord. Walter, take Eddie with you and heal all the soldiers. Honey, I will have to go out for an hour. Adam needed to contact the construction team and also give an explanation to the citizen of this city. All right. Adam then disappeared almost as if he had teleported. Are you all right? Sophie worriedly glanced at Aditya. I am doing fine now. His skin was healing at rapid speed. In the next few hours, he should be completely recovered. Aditya, let me introduce you to the next head of the House of Honard. Come on, don't be shy. The little boy came out of hiding and innocently looked at Aditya. The little boy looked very much like younger Adam, except that he had purple color hair and purple color pupil. The boy was still wearing a cute set of pajamas. Zach, why don't you introduce yourself? Zach looked at Aditya for a few seconds before bowing his head. Hello, my name is Zach Honard. It's nice to meet you. Hello, Zach. I am Aditya. You can just call me Big Brother. Zach shyly nodded his head. Sophie was a little worried that Zach might not like Aditya, but it seems she was worried for nothing. All right, since we're awake, I will go to make breakfast. Why don't the two of you play with Zach for a while? All right. After Sophie left, Julia brought them to the garden where she used to play in her free time. The garden was located on the other side of the training ground. Fortunately, only a small part of the garden was destroyed. Welcome to the garden. This is a garden. The garden was more like a forest with thick and long trees growing. I thought mostly grew your herbs in the garden. Julia rolled her eyes hearing his words. I don't have time for gardening, and why should I try gardening herbs when I can buy them with money? What Julia said was true. Money was the only thing that Julia never lacked. Besides, if I start gardening, most of my free time will be wasted, and I wouldn't have gotten time to play with my lovely brother. saying that Julia rubbed Zach's purple hair, making the little boy very happy. How old is he? He should have turned 7 this year. Even though the little boy looked like Adam, his character and personality were very different from his father's. Unlike that savage man, he was more like Julia's mother. So the daughter has mother's appearance and father's fierce personality, while the son was father's appearance but mother's personality. Aditya, why don't you play with Zach for a while? I will be back in 5 minutes. Julia still hasn't washed her face or anything. Because of the explosion, she just directly got up and run to if everything was all right. All right. Aditya knew the reason. He did not stop her. He instead paid his attention to the little boy, who was also curiously looking at him. Big brother, are you big sister's boyfriend? Aditya smiled as he sat under the giant tree. He rested his back on the tree trunk while signaling the boy to sit next to him. Yes, I am your big sister's boyfriend, and also her future husband. Big brother, did you fight with Uncle Eddie? Zach looked excited for some reason. Yes, not just did I fight with him, but I also defeated your uncle. Even Aditya himself was feeling a little proud of his accomplishment. He beat someone who was 2 orders above him, something which is normally impossible to accomplish. Big brother, can you please show me some magic? What kind of magic? I want to see those red crimson flames. They look so beautiful. All right, but careful. With a snap of his finger, a fist-size orb of crimson flame appeared 2 meters away from Aditya. He purposely lowered the temperature of the flame so that Zach wouldn't be harmed in any way. After playing with Zach for a few minutes, Aditya couldn't help but ask, Zach, do you know where your grandfather is? Have you ever met him? Aditya asked curiously, as neither Sophie nor Adam mentioned anything about their parents. I heard that my grandfather died while fighting the bad guys. As for my grandmother, I heard that she is in seclusion. Zach replied while chasing after the small wisps of crimson flames. Have you ever met your grandpa? Nope, I only heard about her from my mother. Chapter 82. Aditya played with Zach for 15 minutes. At first, Zach was a little shy and reserved toward him at the beginning. But as they played together, the little boy started telling him many things about Julia and about their family. Sorry if I made you wait. Julia now had changed her clothes. Right now she was wearing a knee-length black long-sleeved V-neck dress, giving her a youthful vibe. Today she had tied her long, purple hair in a ponytail, exposing her nape. Seeing her nape exposed, Aditya felt his throat getting a little dry. He felt his heart eagerly itching to kiss that place. She undoubtedly looked very pretty in that dress. You're later. You told us to wait 5 minutes, but you ended up being 16 minutes late. Wow, big sister, you look beautiful. Julia rubbed Zach's purple hair with a smile as they ignored Aditya as if he wasn't there at all. Mom asked me to wear this dress. Julia replied after playing with Zach for a few minutes. You indeed look very beautiful. HMPH. Of course, this princess looks pretty. Julia had a hidden smile as she played with Zach. Zach, don't you have school today? Aditya raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sister, I took a week's leave since you have returned home. I want to spend more time with you. Good job, but you better not do it again. Of course, hee. My parents wanted Zach to go to school and make friends. I also did the same thing when I was Zach's age. Of course, no one in the school, other than Zach's teachers and the principal, knows about his real identity. To Zach's classmate, he is the son of a rich merchant. The common class people tend to keep a certain distance from nobles. It was mainly because of the nobles' behavior. Most nobles consider middle-class people as low-class people and wouldn't normally talk with them. They would always look down on middle-class people. Sophie and Adam wanted their children to be humble, kind, and gentle. They did not want their children to become arrogant like other noble children. This is also why she did not allow Zach to interact much with other noble children, fearing that they will also influence Zach. After Julia came, the duo played with Zach for a while. While playing, Aditya also learned many things about her family. Julia's 2 uncles. One of uncles was still unmarried, as her uncle was focusing on reaching the peak of cultivation. Compared to 2 brothers, the second uncle did not have much talent in cultivation. So became a merchant, and after few years, he found someone that he liked. After getting married, Julia's second uncle settled down in the Beast continent. The last time I saw my second uncle was when Zach was born. You know, traveling from one continent to another takes a lot of time, not to mention the dangers one has to face while traveling between two continents, so my uncle very rarely comes to see us. She deeply respected her second uncle, but she feel that family bond with second uncle and his family. To her, second uncle and his family is like a distant relative. Speaking of continent, I have some plans of traveling to other continents in near future. Maybe in a few months. Julia stopped playing with Zach. She raised her head and looked at Aditya to see what he was exactly thinking. Seeing Julia stare, Aditya decided to explain. Julia, this world is very big. Don't you also want to explore the world? Go to different continents and meet new people. So which continents are you planning on visiting in the near future? Julia curiously asked. Even the goddess of alchemy has never went to another continent. Her parents felt that it would be too dangerous for someone like Julia to go to other continent. They feared if the people of that continent learned about her identity as the goddess of alchemy, they would try to capture her. Sometimes parents worries too much. Currently, I have two continents in my head. First is the Westnia continent, which I will have to visit with Alicia, and second is the Beast continent. In a few months, he will have to go to Westnia continent with Alicia, the goddess of wealth. But before his trip, Aditya has to increase the power of his kingdom so that even in his absence, others can protect and defend the kingdom from foreign attacks. I can understand that your reason for going to Westnia continent, but what about Beast continent? Zach had stopped playing and was paying attention to what Aditya and Julia was talking about. The little boy had a curious and adventurous mind. He also have dreamed of traveling to other continents. The Beast continent has more than 100 variety of races inhabiting it. I want to explore that continent and also, if possible, bring some beast men with me. Being beast men, their bodies was 10, 15, and 20. Beast men would double if not triple the military strength of the kingdom. Beside, beast men are known for their undying loyalty. Once they consider someone as their friend, they won't even hesitate to give up their life for that friend. From what Aditya has heard, the beastmen does not like other races, especially the humans. Among all the races living in this world, humans are considered to be most cunning. All beastmen hates humans and does not like to interact with them. This is also why marriage between beastmen and human are very rare. When are you planning on going to the Beast continent? Julia curiously asked. Not sure, but I am planning on making this trip after I return from Westnia continent. Big brother, can I also come with you? Zach excitedly asked as his eyes sparkled in stars. Julia and Aditya looked at each other. Aditya does not want to break little Zach's heart by saying no. Even if Aditya wanted to take Zach with him, there was no way Sophie and Adam would allow Zach to visit a different continent. Aditya has seen just how protective Adam was about his family. If Aditya even asks Adam about taking Zach to a different continent, he was sure that his father-in-law would beat his ass. When I visit the Beast continent, I will take you with me. Aditya couldn't bring himself to say no and break this child's heart. Promise, promise. After a while, breakfast was finally ready. Everyone sat on the table. Zach was sitting in the middle, with his big sister on his right and his big brother on his left. Kid, you wanted to learn from a rune master, right? Well, guess what, he is here. After breakfast, you can go and meet him. I also have convinced him to train you for next 14 days. Thank you, uncle. Given how useful and valuable rune masters are, no faction would let their rune master teach a person from different faction. Aditya was very grateful to Adam and Sophie. Ever since the moment he came to this house, both of them have been treating him like their own family member. There is no need to thank a family member. Aditya nodded, looking at Sophie. By the way, kid, I have already told the whole city about you. After what you did, I thought it would be perfect time to tell the city about you. Now there are all sorts of rumor about you. When you go outside, you better be a little careful if you don't want any trouble. Even if get into trouble, don't worry, I have your back. There was no way Adam would let anyone bully Aditya in his territory. All right, Aditya did not care about rumors or anything. Before Adam and Sophie was worried that the nobles would try to bully Aditya after the engagement announcement is made. But now seeing how powerful he was, the Julia's parents no longer would have to worry about him being bullied. Aditya was more than strong enough to stand up for himself. Mom, I will be going out for a while. Where are you going? I am going to meet my old friends. It's been ages since I last saw them. I would like to spend some time with them. Do you want to come with me? Julia wanted to show her fiancé to her friends, but she was embarrassed to say it. I can meet them later. You should take this time to have some girls talk. Aditya knew from experience that girls talked about various things. Even a whole day of talking might not be enough for them. HMPH, I will just take Zach with me. Julia snorted and ate her food in a way like she was punishing them. Aditya and Sophie looked at each other and sighed. Sophie and Aditya both knew this personality was inherited from Adam. Sigh, I guess I should have agreed to go with her. The main reason Aditya didn't go with her was because he was planning on spending the whole day on improving his rune skills. Unlike his war dancer class, the Rune Monarch class won't evolve to 3rd order even if he levels up to 3rd order. The only way to level up Rune Monarch class to 3rd order would be through learning and practicing runes. After breakfast, Julia and Aditya was going back to their rooms. While walking on the corridor, Aditya couldn't handle the awkward silence. The goddess refused to talk with him after he rejected her and was only giving her cold shoulder. Sigh, when are you going to return? Aditya asked after a long silence. I will return before dinner. After another minute of silence, Aditya opened his mouth. I was thinking if we could meet up during evening. Julia stopped walking. She looked at Aditya and smiled. Sure, we can meet up, 4 in the evening. Come to the Western Plaza. All right, I will be there in time. Since he was here, it wouldn't harm to have some fun and make some memories. Chapter 83. Click. Opening the door to the underground training room, Aditya found an old man sitting on the floor and drinking tea. The old man was wearing a simple white shirt and pants. The most eye-catching thing about the old man was his dark red eyes, which looked very similar to his eyes. With a glance, Aditya knew that this old man was a vampire. The old man looked like he was about 60 years old. Above, he had a long white beard on his chin and short white hair. The old man had a katana placed on his thighs. Hearing the door opening sound, he put the teacup on the floor and then raised his head to look at the young man with long blue hair and a handsome face. You must be Aditya, Princess Julia's fiancé. Yes, I am Aditya. It's nice to meet you. Since this old man was going to be teaching him, Aditya slightly bowed his head in respect. My name is Tobias. You can call me Grandpa. Julia also called Tobias Grandpa. Tobias was one of Adam's most trusted generals and the only rune master of the Onard family. Tobias has been serving the Onard family for 3 generations now. In the Onard family, Tobias is considered an elder. Even Adam has to give some respect to him. Come and sit here. With a wave of his hand, a small table appeared before Tobias. Aditya nodded and sat on the other side of the table while facing Tobias. You want to learn advanced rune spells, right? The Dragon King nodded his head in response. You're currently someone who has mastered the basics, and now will start learning the advanced rune spells. How much do you exactly know about runes? This question itself made him feel a little confused, but after several seconds of thinking, he decided to answer the question using the knowledge he had of runes. Runes are like mathematics. Just like with mathematics, runes also keeps getting difficult with each level. Runes are a unique language that is used to control different forces of this world. HMMMM. Anything else? At my current level, I can make mana gathering formation, 2-star defensive formation, 2-star attacking formation, paper explosions, basic weapon enchantment, soul contract, and also fire attribute rune spells. Alright, what do you think of runes? This question only further increased his confusion. I guess I have made you confused. Let's rephrase my question. How do you use runes in battles? Do you think that runes are meant for support or for combat? I always have used runes as supportive tools. Aditya used his knowledge to give runic enhancement to all the 2-star weapons in his treasury. This is where you're wrong. Seeing Aditya's confused look, the old man smiled and said, "Let me explain. There are all kinds of runes. Runes can be used for attacking, defense, and supporting. Supporting runes are the easiest to learn, while formation runes are the hardest to learn. If you want to make 3-star runes, you will need to choose what kind of rune expert you want to become. You got 3 paths: supportive runes, formation runes, and weapon enchantment runes. Support runes are the easiest, but it gets very difficult to master supportive runes after a certain level. As for formation runes and weapon enchantment runes, these 2 paths are very difficult to master. After thinking for a while, Aditya couldn't help but ask, "Why I can't learn all 3 paths at the same time?" Ha ha ha. Instead of answering his question, the old vampire started laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke of the year. After laughing for 5 minutes, the old man finally stopped. At this point, Aditya was frowning. He was confident that with his instant learning and adaptation skill and Rune Monarch class title, he can master all 3 paths. Boy, it's impossible. Every 3 paths are like trees. Each tree will open new branches and leaves. Forget about mastering all 3 paths. If you can master even 1 path, you would become one of the most powerful rune masters in the whole world. I never have heard of anyone who can master all 3 paths, but unlike others, I have instant learning and adaptation innate skill in Rune Monarch class. I don't think anyone in this world has even heard of Rune Monarch class before. Grandpa Tobias, can you tell me the name of your class? My class is Rune Master. Have you ever heard of a class named Rune Monarch? It was then Aditya enjoyed the change in Tobias's facial expression. He looked like someone who has been struck by a bolt of lightning. What did you say? I asked if you know about Rune Monarch's class. For the next 5 minutes, Tobias did not say anything. Aditya observed the changes in his expression. In the end, he looked disappointed and sad. Sigh. Boy, from where did you heard this name from? Tobias' old eyes suddenly looked very sharp, almost as if he wouldn't hesitate to kill Aditya if he lied. I heard the name from reading an old book. Of course it was a big lie. There was no way he would smile like an idiot and tell him about his 2nd class. Rune Monarch is a mythical class. In the history, one person ever had this class, but before that person could reach the peak, he was betrayed and then killed. If he had reached the peak by mastering all the 3 paths, he would have become the most powerful being in the entire world. That time was also considered a golden period of rune masters. It is said that person taught thousands of people about runes, but with his death the golden period eventually came to end. I never knew this Rune Monarch had such deep history. Aditya felt kind of weird. He already had a heavenly dragon bloodline which no one in the whole world has. He now had a class that had the potential to make him the strongest being in the entire world. The system was very generous with its rewards. Enough talking. Since you want to master all 3 paths, I won't stop you, but aside from weapon enchantment, I don't have much knowledge about the other 2 paths. I have collected some books on other paths which I have kept in the library. You can take a look at those books when you have time. I will be teaching you about advanced weapon enchantment. With the wave of his several 3-star weapons appeared in front of Aditya. There are many kinds of enchantment. Today, just like any other day, Abigail City was lively as always. People were busy with their lives, but today was a little different. Unlike other days, the citizen of the city had awakened by a noise of a thunderous explosion. In front of a fancy restaurant, several girls were waiting with their boyfriends. Do you know anything about the explosion that was heard all over the city? I heard that General Eddie fought with Lord Adam's guest. The fight was so intense that almost 80% of the castle was destroyed. I even heard that General Eddie was strictly punished by Julia's father. Speaking of Julia, I have so many questions that I want to ask her. Yeah, me too. 3 girls chatted with each other while their boyfriends stood together waiting for Julia. Everyone stopped talking as they heard the sound of a carriage coming toward them. The golden carriage eventually stopped, and a figure in a dark green dress came out of the carriage. For a moment, everyone on the street forgot to speak as they were stunned by seeing just how beautiful she was. After getting out of the carriage, Julia and the girls hugged each other. "How have you been? It's been a long time. You suddenly left without informing us." While the girls talked with each other, the boyfriends of those girls looked at each other. They haven't seen Julia for 2 years, and now she has become even more beautiful. She deserves to be called the goddess. Neither of their girlfriends could even come near Julia in terms of beauty. "Julia, let me introduce you to our boyfriends." Aditya, under the guidance of Tobias, practiced for hours before Sophie called them to have lunch. Since the old man Tobias was a vampire, he did not join Aditya for lunch. He instead went to drink fresh blood from his human slaves. "It looks like Julia won't be joining us from lunch." This was the first time Aditya was having food with Julia's parents alone. He was kind of nervous and also a little awkward. "Where is Zach?" he curiously asked. "He is having a training session," Adam replied while eating. "Even though Zach is only 7 years old, we're making sure he at least gets some basic training from a young age, which would help him build a strong foundation." Sophie explained the reason. "By the way, is it hard to learn runes?" Sophie asked. "No, it's actually easier. Since I can ask any doubt, I have to Grandpa Tobias." "That's good. I am sorry, Aditya, but these 2 weeks we will be a little busy. Since Julia's birthday is coming up, we have to prepare everything." "There is no need to apologize for that." After having lunch, Aditya offered to help Sophie in washing the dishes, but she refused and told him to just focus on learning runes. After lunch, Aditya trained under old man Tobias' guidance for a few hours before Tobias left as he had some work. "You keep practicing. Your current speed is too slow. You should be able to finish enchanting a 3-star weapon in an hour." The current Aditya was taking almost 2.5 hours to do the same thing. Before leaving the room, Tobias turned around and looked at Aditya. Even though he looked very calm outside, his heart was like a violent tornado. When he was young, Tobias was called a rune genius by everyone. But today, he finally met someone that made him realize that there are bigger geniuses out there. Compared to those heavenly geniuses, his talent in rune could be considered average. Chapter 84. Looking at how focused Aditya was when Tobias couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Aditya calling myself a genius feels like a funny joke. Sitting on the floor, with a special pen that was made from rare metal, Aditya carefully engraved runes on the golden spear. His movements were a little stiff but very elegant to watch. Watching him draw runes on the spear gave Tobias a peaceful feeling. Over the years, Tobias had hundreds of students, but none of them could even come near Aditya. Just in one day, he has learned more than what his students can learn in 3 months. His progression speed even terrified Tobias. Tobias was an old vampire who has lived long enough to serve 3 generations of the honored noble household. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he has experienced what life has to offer. He has seen countless geniuses who rose and fell. He has seen countless kingdoms fall in his long age. He has met an uncountable number of people. Living such a long life, Tobias thought that nothing in this world can shock or surprise him anymore. But he was wrong. Teaching Aditya was like a complete new experience to him. He has seen just how fast his mind was. If he continues to learn at this frightening speed, it won't be long before he advances to 3rd order and even reaches higher order. Tobias managed to master 3-star rune spells a few centuries ago. Even after a few centuries of learning, he was still far away from being able to make 4-star rune spells. Sigh. I guess this is the difference between a heavenly genius and an average talent. In fact, Tobias was not sad. He was rather excited. With the frightening speed at which Aditya was comprehending rune spells, in a few years he will reach 4-star. At that time, maybe I can ask him to teach me and guide me. I will leave now. Tomorrow, come to this same room after having breakfast. Aditya nodded his head without paying any attention to Tobias. His full focus was on drawing runes on the golden spear. Tobias once again sighed. If only he had the same comprehension ability as Aditya, then he could have reached his peak a long time ago. After leaving Aditya alone, Tobias on his way to the destroyed training ground met Adam. "Uncle, Tobias, are you done with teaching the kid?" The team of 100 Earth mages was fixing the destroyed training ground so that the soldiers could resume their training as soon as possible. "Yes, Aditya told me that he was going somewhere." "How is that kid? Does he really have a talent for runes?" Adam casually asked. Adam respected Tobias like his real uncle. The man had taken care of Adam when his father was away. Tobias was one of those people that Adam trusted with his whole life, as he knew Tobias would never betray him or his family. "Sigh. Why are you sighing?" Adam asked with a confused look. "You know, I always used to think that I was the greatest rune genius that this era had ever produced, but today I found out just how naive my thoughts were." What exactly happened? This was the first time Adam had seen his uncle sighing in depression. Instead of replying, he put his right hand on Adam's left shoulder and said, "You have no idea how. Just lucky you were to find this boy as your daughter's future husband." "Uncle, can you please explain?" "That boy's talent in rune even surpasses mine by a wide margin. How should I even describe it? That boy is like an abyss or some sort of black hole. No matter how much you feed him, he will keep asking for more. He was learning so fast it was almost as if he was devouring knowledge. He learned the things that would normally take 3 months or maybe even more for my students to learn." At this moment, even Adam didn't know how much his heart was shocked. At this rate, forget about 14 days. 10 days would be more than enough for him to able to make 3-star rune spells. Both men for a long time said nothing. They simply just stood there. Even though both of them looked very calm, their hearts were in turmoil, in a deep state of shock. After about 10 minutes of silence, Adam sighed. "Uncle Tobias, please make sure no one learns of this news." Given how frightening his talent in rune was, Aditya could potentially be targeted by Adam's enemies. "Don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I won't utter even a single word about Aditya." Meanwhile, Aditya had no idea what sort of genius he was. Even if he did, he wouldn't even care about it. After about 2 hours, he finally was done with engraving the runes on the 3-star golden spear. "Finally, I am done." Aditya held the golden spear in his hand as he looked at the small runes that he engraved on the golden spear. "Rune Monarch class progression to 3rd order. Rune Monarch class progression to 3rd order. 1%. Wonderful." With instant learning and adaptation combined with the Rune Monarch class, Aditya was able to comprehend runes at a speed that no one in the whole world can compare to. "I should stop now." Aditya remembered his appointment with the princess. After stretching his body, he returned to his room and took a long shower before getting ready. Since Aditya was going on a date with her, he had to put some extra effort into his clothes. Who is he? He is hot. I bet he already has a girlfriend. A man like him would have hundreds of females chasing after him. No matter what you say, you have to admit that he looks very handsome. Standing before a 9-meter big statue of a man who was holding a sword, Aditya was waiting for Julia. He had come 20 minutes earlier, and now he was simply waiting for the princess to come. He wasn't bothered about the attention he was receiving. "Move out of the way." The people moved out of the way to make space for the carriage to come. No one dared block the carriage, as the carriage had the symbol of Anard's noble household on it. The carriage stopped in front of Aditya. "You're early," Julia said as she opened the carriage window and looked at Aditya. She was very satisfied with the way Aditya dressed. Today he was wearing a black suit and leather shoes. "Hop on." Aditya nodded and entered the carriage while the crowd stared at Aditya with a dumbfounded look. After entering the carriage, Aditya found 3 girls and 3 handsome-looking men inside the carriage. Everyone was staring at him. The interior of the carriage was big as a normal room. The interior had several couches placed on it. The floor was covered with a white carpet. In the middle, there was a table that had various kinds of snacks placed on top of it. "Come and sit here." Aditya raised an eyebrow and secretly wondered what this girl was thinking. He went ahead and sat next to Julia on one of the couches. "Everyone, this is Aditya, my fiancé. Aditya, let me introduce you to my friends. Her name is Kayla, and the person sitting next to her is her boyfriend. His name is David." Sitting on the right side, Aditya looked at the girl named Kayla. She had short, shoulder-length orange color hair that she tied in a ponytail. Just like Julia, she was also wearing a half-sleeved orange-colored dress that reached her knee. She had orange pupils and she was around the same height as Julia. Her boyfriend, a 6-feet-tall elf. His long, pointy elf ears kind of attracted Aditya's attention. David had blonde hair. He was slim and was wearing a white suit. He has around 25 years old. "This is Monica, my childhood friend, and this is her boyfriend Lucas." Sitting on the opposite couch, Monica and her boyfriend, Lucas, nodded their heads at Aditya with small smiles on their faces. Lucas was a peak second-order cultivator. He, just like David, was also an elf. But while David had blonde hair, Lucas had pitch-black hair and black pupils. Sitting next to Lucas, Monica was a beautiful-looking girl with tan skin. She also had long black hair that she tied in a ponytail, just like Layla and Julia. "And this is Naomi and her boyfriend Louis." "Hello," Aditya politely greeted them. Just like Kayla and Monica, Naomi was also around 20 years old. She had white pale skin and red eyes. With a glance, Aditya knew that Naomi was a pure-blooded vampire. She had long hair red that matched her red pupils. Pure-blooded vampires are stronger compared to normal vampires. Aditya heard that every pure-blooded vampire was born with racial skills that keep getting stronger with each level. In the Society of Vampires, it is said the pure-blooded vampires have the second highest position after royal vampires. Her boyfriend Louis was around the same height as Aditya. Louis had pale blue eyes and black hair. Among everyone, Louis's cultivation was above everyone. He was a beginner third-order cultivator. "Louis looks around my age, but he is already a beginner third-order cultivator. I guess he is one of those geniuses of the northwestern region of the continent." Aditya was more interested in knowing why Lucas had black hair and black pupils, while normal elves have blonde hair and green pupils. "I apologize in advance if my question hurts anyone's feelings. I am just asking it because I am curious why are Mr. Lucas's hair and pupil color black." Chapter 85. I apologize in advance if my question hurts anyone's feelings. I am just asking it because I am curious why are Mr. Lucas's hair and pupil color black. That's because I am Night Elf. Night Elf? Aditya has never heard of this term before. He knew that just like the beast race, the elves also had some variations. He had heard of Moon Elf, Sea Elf, High Elf, Royal Elf, and Elven, King or Queen. But he never had heard of Night Elf before. Night elves are extremely rare these days. It is said that all the different variations of elves have the same origin. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, new variations of elves began appearing. While most of those elf variations disappeared over time, some remain to this day. Night Elf is one of those variations. Being Night Elf, every one of us has the racial power to see in the darkness. In fact, at night times, our powers, stats, healing speed, cultivation speed, everything is boosted by 25%. While normal elves have blonde hair and green pupils, we Night Elf has black hair and black pupils. Lucas is from the Beast Continent. Many years ago, he and his family moved to the Dying Isle continent and settled down in the city. In this age, not many people know about night elves, as night elves are considered an extinct race. In this whole world, only a few thousand night elves are left. Julia explained the rest. Since all elves have a low birth ratio, the night elves, even if wanted to, would probably take them 1,000 years, if not more than 10,000 years, to grow in numbers. All elves, dragons, vampires, dwarves, and other powerful races had low birth rates. Only humans had the highest birth rate, while dragons had the lowest. I don't even want to know how hard I will have to work to produce a child. Since my dragon bloodline is heavenly, it will be even more difficult for more to get a child. and there was a chance that upon reaching third order, his bloodline will evolve once again. Just thinking about the whole thing, Aditya was already having a headache. I see, by the way, where are we going? Aditya asked. Today we're going to the most expensive restaurant in the city. We must celebrate. Finally, our sister got a fiancé. Here I was starting to think that she will remain single her whole life. Kayla had a big smile on her face. In the noble circle, most tend to get engaged before the age of 15 and get married when they reach the age of 18 or 20. Although Julia got hundreds of marriage offers, her parents rejected them even without wasting a second. If we're going to the most expensive restaurant in the whole city, you're the one who is going to pay. Monica wasn't going to allow anyone other than Kayla to pay. Kayla is the daughter of the richest merchant in the kingdom. Julia leaned on his chest and whispered into his right ear, I see. To Aditya and Julia, this act might not look too much, but her friends could see just close both Aditya and Julia were. On the way, everyone talked about various things. It was mostly the girls who spoke while the boyfriend kept quiet and let their girlfriends enjoy their girl time. After some time, Aditya learned after everyone here had an extraordinary background. Kayla was the daughter of the richest merchant in this kingdom. Monica was the daughter of a marquess. Naomi's father owned a chain of hundreds of restaurants spread all over the kingdom of Echo Dominion. As for their boyfriends, David was the son of the marquess, Lucas the next ruler of Night Elf, while Louis was the son of a rich merchant. Louis was considered a cultivation genius to be able to begin our third order in such shortage. My carriage is here. I apologize, but today we will have to take our leave. Naomi, the daughter of the Viscount, had to take her to leave as her carriage had arrived. Goodbye, Julia. I will see you on your birthday. Naomi gave a simple hug to Aditya while Aditya and Louis shook hands with smiles on their faces. After spending a few hours and having dinner with everyone, Aditya had a good impression of everyone. Each of her friends had a unique and interesting personality. Aditya always thought that socializing with nobles would be showing off, but today he learned how wrong he was. He genuinely enjoyed his time. One by one, everyone left the restaurant in their carriages. Shall we head home? Julia nodded. After getting inside the carriage, Aditya simply sat on the couch feeling a little exhausted. To him, socializing always has been exhausting. Aditya had to make sure to not embarrass Julia in front of her friend. You did well today. Aditya looked at Julia. Today she had drunk a little wine. She was lazily leaning on the couch while keeping her eyes on him. In her eyes, he always looked the most handsome. I think you deserve a reward for being a good boy. Aditya gulped, seeing her red lips. She slowly brought her body toward him. Aditya excitedly leaned forward and closed his eyes. Bite. Instead of getting kissed, what he received was a bite. In an instant, all of his fantasies shattered. Like glass, why are you biting me? HMPH, you deserve it. You know what, let me bite you as well. Kaya, you hooligan. Ignoring her protest, he made her sit on his lap. I will kill you 100 times. With his strong arms, he held her soft and slim waist so that she does not fall down while trying to bite him. Princess, can you please stop? I am not a masochist. Bite. Hey, stop ruining my face. Aditya's protests did not work at all. After an hour, Aditya and Julia waited for the door to be opened. Click. We're home. Welcome back. Oh my, Aditya, what happened to your face? You look horrible. There were bite marks all over his face. At this point, he didn't even feel any pain from her bites. Hearing her mother's words, Julia lowered her head, feeling guilty. Aditya glanced at Julia for a second before replying. Well, some wild dog decided to bite my face 100 times. Seeing her daughter's red face, Sophie instantly understood what was going on. Did the two of you have dinner yet? It was already 9 o'clock. By this time, Sophie, Adam, and Zach must have also had their dinner. If you're hungry, I can cook you something delicious. No, auntie, we had dinner. Aditya couldn't help but sigh secretly. If only Julia had the same gentleness as her mother. All right, then you should go to bed. Good night, Mom. Julia was about to leave, but her mother stopped her. You wait here. Aditya quickly returned to his room. For some reason, he knew that Julia was going to be scolded. Knock, knock. Come in, click. Opening the door, the princess could be seen standing with a glass bowl filled with some strange green cream. HMPH, she angrily snorted before walking in. Aditya was currently in his pajamas. He currently was drawing runes on a golden shield. Julia sat on the bed and observed him. This was the first time she had seen him engraving runes on weapons. She has to admit seeing his drawn runes on the golden shield gave her a peaceful feeling. She began feeling calm. She started to feel dazed watching Aditya elegantly drawing runes. Even though she cannot understand a single thing about runes, Julia strangely felt like she could keep watching him drawing runes forever. 30 minutes passed very quickly. While Aditya was very focused on drawing runes, Julia was dazed watching him. Aditya put the golden shield down and glanced at Julia. "Why are you here?" "Mom ordered me to apply this cream on his face. It would help in quickly healing those bite marks." Without waiting for Aditya to say anything, she started applying the green cream to his right cheek. At first her movement was stiff and slow. After a minute she found a natural flow. "Are you going to be busy tomorrow?" Aditya randomly asked, feeling the awkward silence. "Maybe, I am not sure. Actually, it was Mom's idea to go out with my friends." Both of them looked at each other. In the noble circle, socializing is a very important factor. "Mom wanted me to introduce you to my friends, so that you can build your own connections with the nobles and rich people." For now, Aditya cannot reveal the fact that he was the king of the Eastern Kingdom, located in the eastern region of the continent. If he did that, then some jealous men or enemies of the Onard family might try to destroy the Eastern Kingdom. Though Aditya can fight a beginner fourth order cultivator, he is not sure about fighting a group of fourth orders. Or if some fourth order attacked his kingdom, he wouldn't able to defend it. Sophie's idea was to help Aditya build a different identity. After today's meeting, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Aditya has gained connections in the noble circle. Forming connections is another form of political power. You don't look so surprised. I already have thought of this possibility. By now, I am pretty sure almost all the nobles and the king must have heard of the rumor of the Onard noble household princess being engaged. I am pretty sure he will come to cause trouble tomorrow. Who? Let me explain. Chapter 86. The return of the alchemy goddess, who had disappeared 2 years ago, spread all over the northwestern region of the continent. The news spread faster than wildfire. Every big faction was very happy with the return of the alchemy goddess. About 2.5 years ago, the princess of the Onard noble household, the woman known to be the alchemy goddess, suddenly disappeared. At first, everyone thought that the princess was only taking a break. But when that break lasted for more than 3 months, once by one everyone began asking Adam and Sophie about Julia. For a brief period of time, the whole northwestern region of the continent was in turmoil. Many thought that the goddess has been kidnapped by a foreign powerhouse. Many even went far as to say that the goddess has lost her ability to make pills. Hundreds of bizarre rumors were going around the kingdom. To stop all the rumors, Adam had to step up and make a fake lie. He told everyone that Julia has gone to travel to other continents and won't return for the next few years. But even after Adam said those words, those rumors never stopped. Some even said that Adam had sent Julia to the Beast Continent, to his second brother who also lived in the Beast Continent. Some crazy men even went as far as to go to the Beast Continent in search of Julia. Meanwhile, Julia was in the eastern region of the continent. Compared to all other regions, the eastern region was the poorest region of all. The eastern region was also considered a wasteland, as the resources found in that region is very low and also expensive. No one would ever think that the goddess was in the eastern region. While people made baseless rumors about Julia, she on the other hand was working as a maid. When everyone was starting to think that the goddess would never return to the dying isle continent, suddenly the news of the goddess returning with a fiancé spread in all directions. Knock, knock. What is it? Lord Adam, Viscount Ronan is requesting an audience with you. Let me in. Click. "Good morning, Lord Adam. I hope I am not disturbing you with my sudden presence." Viscount Ronan, who looked like he was 50 years old, but in reality, his actual age was above 150 years. The man was 6 feet 2 inches tall in height and had a muscular body. He had a bald head and a clean, shaved face. He was wearing black armor and was carrying a katana on his waist. Adam took a deep breath while looking at Ronan. Ronan and the House of Honard had close ties. Adam's father and Viscount Ronan were like brothers from different mothers. Both families had a close relationship. Even after Adam's father passed away, Adam made sure to keep close ties with Ronan and his family. "Uncle Ronan, please take a sit." Since Adam's father and Viscount Ronan was so close, Adam also greatly respected this man. Even though Adam was the Duke here, he made sure to address Ronan as his uncle. Viscount Ronan sat down opposite facing Adam. "Lord Adam, I heard that Lady Julia has recently returned." Adam secretly frowned as he felt a little strange with Viscount Ronan's behavior. "Yes, Julia returned a day before yesterday. Does Uncle need anything from Julia?" Big nobles, rich merchants, and genius cultivators all wanted pills from Julia, as her pills were more effective and powerful. Before Julia left, every day a huge line of crowd used to gather in front of the castle. Everyone wanted pills made by Julia. Instead of answering, the beginner fourth-order Viscount Ronan sharply glanced at Adam and asked in a deep and serious tone, "I heard that Lady Julia has been engaged to a man named Aditya." Adam instantly understood why the hell Viscount Ronan rushed to meet him early in the morning. The old man was here to ask him if the rumor regarding his daughter's engagement was true or not. Adam certainly did not like the way Viscount Ronan spoke to me or looked at him, but he did not show any displeasure as he respected this man who was called his father's stepbrother. "I will not deny your words. I am going to make an official announcement on Julia's upcoming birthday." Ronan instantly understood that by not denying his words, Adam was hinting to him that his daughter has been engaged. Adam was going to officially announce his daughter's engagement on her birthday. Ronan's face instantly turned dark. "Why did you suddenly decide to engage your daughter to some nobody?" Adam frowned as his eyes started turning cold and sharp. "Uncle, I found a great man. Both love each other and care about each other. I don't see a reason to get in their way." Bang! Viscount Ronan shattered the wooden table with a punch. "Adam, have you lost your mind? You're marrying your daughter to someone with no background and no name just because they love each other. I thought you wanted to forge close connections with our family. I have been preparing my son to marry your daughter for ages." Enough. The wild lion has heard enough. Adam no longer restrained his peak fourth-order aura. Boom! Ronan's face instantly turned pale. His old body started shivering in fright. Crack! The walls of the meeting room started cracking from the horrifying pressure of peak fourth-order. Ronan realized that in anger he had messed with the wrong man. Adam was anything but calm. In anger, he forgot that the one he was talking to was the wild lion. "I called you uncle because I greatly respected you. For years, I turned blind to all the illegal, criminal activities that you and your men kept doing. Because my father called you little brother from another mother, I always made sure to give you the respect of a real uncle. But that ends from this moment." Ronan felt his very soul shivering in fear, looking at those savage cold eyes, threatening to tear up. "Unlike you bastards, I will never sell my children for political power. I will never sacrifice my children's happiness with political marriage." Adam took a step forward, while Ronan took a few backs in fear, and then fell on the couch and looked at Adam in fear. "Not even I have ever said that I wanted to marry my daughter to that trash son of yours. Yes, he might be a genius when it comes to cultivation, but I am not blind. I know all the things your son does. Your so-called son is a playboy who sleeps with hundreds of women. You said something about preparing your son to marry my daughter. Don't bullshit with me. I am not as greedy as you. I choose my son-in-law. Do you think I give a shit about your opinion? Your son is nothing but a useless piece of trash that only knows how to sleep with women." Adam stopped as he took a deep breath to calm himself. Right now his heart was screaming at him to tear this man apart. Do you think I don't know that behind our back, you and your family have been using my name to have your way? Well, guess what? That ends today. From this moment onward, you're no longer the Viscount of the Kingdom of Echo Dominion. Saying that, Adam grabbed Ronan and landed a right fist on his jaw. Eddie. Adam loudly shouted Eddie's name. In a minute, Eddie came and kneeled before Adam. Seeing how angry the wild lion was, Eddie had a bad feeling in his heart. However, what has made Adam this angry was F*** Ked up for sure. Take 10,000 Night Riders and go attack Ronan's house. Before 24 hours pass, I want Ronan's entire family executed. But sire, attacking a Viscount without a proper reason might backfire on us. The king of the Kingdom of Echo Dominion won't sit still when one of his dukes attacks a Viscount without a proper reason. I already have a reason and also evidence. Just do what I have ordered you. Don't make me repeat myself. Hearing the cold voice, Eddie also shivered as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. No one was more dangerous than Adam when it comes to his family matter. Everyone in the kingdom knew that his family was his sensitive nerve. Anyone who even thinks of messing with his family should be prepared to take the full wrath of the savage lion. Understood? Eddie was about to leave the room, but then he heard a bone-shattering sound. Lowering his head, he found unconscious Ronan lying before his feet. Adam had kicked Ronan, which sent the former Viscount flying at Eddie's feet. Take this bastard with you and lock him in the cell. Make sure this bastard is properly treated, as I am going to slaughter him in a few hours. Eddie, a beginner fourth-order cultivator, trembled seeing how cold Adam looked right now. His legs already had started shivering. He dare waste no time and dragged his old man out. Chapter 87. Thank you very much, everyone. What happened here? Sophie arrived in the meeting room to find the mess that her husband made. Seeing Sophie, Adam's red eyes instantly cooled down. His wife was the only thing that could calm him down. Even though Adam is called the Wild Lion, he never has lost his temper in front of his wife. That bastard Ronan was talking *TS about marrying our daughter to his son. Sophie understood why her husband got so angry. If she was in her husband's place, even she also would have gotten angry. Where is he? Sophie, with a frown on her face, she felt like slapping that old man. I sent him to prison. I also have sent 10,000 Night Riders along with Eddie to execute Ronan's entire family. The whole family was corrupted. Adam didn't even have a shred of mercy when he ordered Eddie to execute Ronan's family members. Where are the children? Adam asked while walking out of the meeting room with his wife. Julia is working in her laboratory. Zach is studying in his room while Aditya is learning runes under Uncle Tobias. Tell the kids that I might not be able to join them for lunch. I will go and meet the king and report all the crimes that Ronan. If Ronan had not touched his bottom line, Adam still would have spared Ronan. But now he was hell-bent on destroying Ronan and his entire family. Under Adam's orders, his spies have been collecting information on Ronan for years. Before, he never planned on using those pieces of evidence against Ronan. But now things have changed. Ronan had messed with the wrong person and now he will pay the price. All right. On the other hand, outside the castle, more than hundreds of people were standing in a single long line. Send the next person. The guards nodded and walked out of the laboratory. The two guards were peak third-order bodyguards that were assigned to protect Julia in case anyone tries to attack her. The guards allowed the next person to enter Julia's laboratory. What do you need? While making pills, Julia asked. My lady, I need an elixir of fire resistance. The man stood at the entrance of the laboratory. No one was allowed to walk inside the laboratory without permission. Anyone who tries to get in will be killed immediately. Elixir of fire resistance. Julia raised her head and looked at the man for a second before continuing to do what she was doing. Sister Paige, can you check if he has the materials to make an elixir of fire resistance? Paige was a 27-year-old girl who has been learning under Julia for years now. Julia found Paige walking in the streets. At first, She felt pity for her, so she bought her home. Paige, having no other place to live, decided to live in the castle as Julia's maid. It was later that they found Paige also had a talent for alchemy. Julia decided to teach her alchemy for a year before she left home. Even after Julia left, Paige continued to practice her alchemy skills. Even though her talent cannot be compared to the goddess herself, Paige could be considered a genius who can make 3-star pills. Paige had very long black hair that reached down her thighs. She was wearing a white lab coat. She was a cold beauty. Paige very rarely showed any emotions on her face. The only time that Paige nearly broke down was when Julia suddenly left home, without even informing her. Seeing her walking up to him, the man nervously gulped. In everyone's heart, Lady Julia was the goddess that they can only dream of. Many had a crush on Paige, but she never responded to any of the men. Paige coldly stared at the man. The man understood what he needed to do. From his storage ring, he carefully took out the alchemy ingredients and put them on the table that was blocking the entrance. Paige inspected the alchemy ingredients to check the quality of the ingredients. "My lady, with these ingredients you can only make a 2-star elixir of fire resistance, but I need at least a 3-star elixir of fire resistance." The man sounded desperate. "If you want a 3-star elixir of fire resistance, then bring better ingredients. If you don't want any pills, you can leave now." Paige's voice was cold as ice. "I will take the 2-star elixir of fire resistance." The man had no other choice. These alchemy ingredients cost him a fortune to get. "All right." Paige took the ingredients along with a jade bottle. "My lady, we have a new order." Julia, who just finished making the elixir of brew of curing, took the ingredients from Paige and started making the elixir of fire resistance. Meanwhile, Paige coldly turned to the man. "You can wait outside. Your elixir will be ready in 5 minutes. After saying that, she poured the elixir of brew of curing into a jade bottle and gave it to the guard. The guard took the jade bottle and handed it to another man waiting outside. "Send the next person." And this is how Julia spends her days. Before she left her, she usually spent most of her time practicing her alchemy skills. At the same time, she would usually also teach other students who worked for the Honored family. The goddess was so focused on her work that she didn't notice when it was time for lunch. "Can I come in?" Hearing the familiar voice, a smile appeared on her face as she heated the alchemy ingredients. Unfortunately, no one was able to see her smile as she lowered her face. Paige walked up to the entrance and coldly looked at Aditya. "It's okay, sister, let him in." Paige moved the table and allowed Aditya to walk inside her laboratory. "Wow, this laboratory is even bigger than the one I built back home." "You built?" I mean the construction workers built." Julia stopped what she was doing and walked up to Aditya. "Let me introduce you to my big sister. Her name is Paige, and she is a 3-star alchemy genius." "Big sister, this is Aditya. I am sure you must have heard about him." Paige glanced at Aditya and nodded her head before going back to her work. Big sister is not good with words. She mostly spends all of her time in the laboratory or in her bedroom cultivating. Paige always kept quiet and would only talk when she needed to. "By the way, what's all this big line outside the laboratory?" When Aditya came here, he saw about 500 people standing in lines. The people didn't look least bothered to stand under the sunlight for hours. "They are here for requesting pills and elixir. I can practice alchemy." "Why are you doing this?" "I mean, you can just ask your uncle to buy you ingredients using which you can practice your skills." Julia smiled as she looked outside the window. "As an alchemist, I also need to constantly practice. There are 1,000 different pills and elixirs out there. Just like a rune master, an alchemist also needs practice. What I need was ingredients while the people needed alchemy pills. So basically I am earning money while also practicing alchemy skills." Aditya rolled his eyes. Given how rich and powerful Duke Adam was, Julia never had to worry about money. "How are you earning?" "Each star pill has a fixed price. For example, a 3-star pill will cost 1,000 royal gold coins. A 4-star pill will cost 10,000 to 50,000 000 royal cold coins depending on the type of pill. What about a 5-star pill? Can you make them? Julia proudly raised her chest and smiled. Of course. I can make any 5-star pills, but if you want 6-star or higher star pills, then I cannot make them at the current moment. Why? Creating 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star pills take a lot of mana. Unlike certain someone who has a huge mana reserve, my mana reserve is not that big. It's already a miracle that I can create a 5-star pill while still being at peak second order. You don't sell 5-star pills? Aditya asked. No, in this continent, 5-star pills are considered national treasures. Father has ordered me to not create 5-star pills for any outsider, as this would create huge chaos on the continent. Even if the Emperor requested me to create a 5-star pill, I still won't make it. From what Aditya has heard, it is extremely difficult to reach 6th order. Among all the rare cultivator geniuses who manage to reach the 5th order, only less than 1% of them can actually touch the 6th order. Why are you here? It's already lunchtime. I came to call you. Big sister, why don't you also join us for lunch? Paige looked at Julia, not knowing how she should reject her. Paige did not like to be bothered when she was practicing alchemy. This is also why in most cases she would just stay hungry the whole day and only eat after she is done with her work. All right, Paige decided to tag along. It has been a while since she last ate with others. Chapter 88. While Aditya, Julia, and others had lunch together and then went back to their work, the outside world wasn't exactly calm. A large army led by Eddie attacked Viscount Ronan's mansion. It was a bloody battle. The Night Riders destroyed Viscount Ronan's army. In less than an hour, Viscount Ronan's mansion, his family members, servants, slaves, maids, butlers, commanders, and generals were killed or turned into a slave. Eddie did his best to spare the innocent ones. The king also did not question Duke Adam's action. After he was presented with clear pieces of evidence, the king ordered public execution for Viscount Ronan. On the very same day Adam returned. The first thing he did after returning was to execute Ronan in front of a large crowd. It was then Adam, the wild lion, began calming down. His cruel actions were also to send a message to his enemies. He was indirectly telling them if someone messed with him, he won't wait for the king's orders. Meanwhile, Aditya was drawing runes on a greatsword while old vampire Tobias guided him and cleared any doubts he had. Since your fighting style is more focused on speed, I think you should learn this rune spell. This rune spell can decrease the weight of armor or greatsword by half. Aditya stopped drawing runes as he put the greatsword down. The greatsword was a peak 3-star weapon. The weapon was about 200 kg in weight. Grandpa, my armors are lightweight. Also, I don't normally use a greatsword. I prefer to stick with a sword. Aditya was an agility-based fighter. His fighting style was quick and agile like assassins. He always refrained from using heavyweight armor or weapons. Sometimes just having high agility is not enough. Aditya. Suppose you're facing an army of 10,000 second order all by yourself. At that time, your agility won't be of much use. Yes, you can use your agility to keep dodging the enemy's attack, or you can also use your agility to kill your enemies in an instant. But in a fight where you're forced to face a huge army, you will need something that is destructive and has the power to take out hundreds of soldiers at the same time. I can just use my Crimson Blaze to annihilate the enemies in an instant. It's not like Aditya was lacking in mana, so he can keep using his Crimson Blaze for a long time. I guess I forgot about your other powers. For a moment the old vampire forgot that Aditya was a dragon, not some human. Well, considering the red flame and a huge pool of mana, he can even fight against a beginner 4th order. I guess I was just overthinking. The old vampire secretly thought. All right, I will learn it. It wouldn't hurt to learn one more spell. Aditya kind of liked the idea of using a destructive type of attack. Even though he is currently an agility-type fighter, he can slowly change his fighting style. As a heavenly dragon, Aditya was born with extraordinary strength, and his strength would only keep on increasing as he levels up. In the future, I should give some attention to increasing my strength. All right, the spell is not that big. You can learn it within a few minutes given how fast your compression abilities are. Inwardly, Tobias was cursing his bad luck. It took him more than a week. Time to master this spell, while Aditya here can learn it within a few minutes. Sometimes fate can be cruel. After another 4 hours of teaching, the old man finally decided to end today's session. He can't give all of his attention to Aditya. His other students also needed some attention, not to mention he still had to put an enchantment on some 4th-star weapons. All right, if you have any doubts, you can ask me tomorrow. Tobias got up and was about to leave. He was getting hungry. He wanted to drink some human blood. Grandpa, I have a question. Tobias stopped and turned around. What is it? How much do you think it would cost me to get a 4th-star or 3-star weapon or armor? Aditya wanted to buy high-quality weapons and armor and bring them back to his kingdom. If possible, he wished to buy a bunch of 3-star weapons at the same time. A 3-star weapon or armor costs somewhere from 30,000 royal gold to 100,000 royal gold coins, while a 4-star weapon and armor cannot be bought. 4-star and 5-star weapons are not sold openly. Only if you have some connections with a highly skilled blacksmith can get you a 4-star weapon or armor. Tobias felt strange. Everyone knows this kind of information. But then he realized that Aditya originally came from the eastern region of the continent. From what he heard, there are only a few 3-star weapons in that region. A 4th-star weapon is like having a 4th-star bodyguard. Even a 4-star blacksmith has less than a 30% chance of successfully creating a 4th-star weapon. If I had to give you a rough estimation then, I would say a low-tier 4th-star weapon costs somewhere between 1,000 to 10,000. Aditya nearly coughed out blood hearing the outrageous price. But then again, he also understood why. Would a faction or a powerhouse even sell a 4-star weapon in the first place? Every big faction, powerhouse, or kingdom had a high-ranked alchemist, blacksmith, and rune master. A blacksmith's role was to create powerful weapons for the faction or the kingdom to use. Of course, there are some rare situations where 4-star weapons are auctioned. I already have the alchemy goddess in my faction. As for runes, I can create them, so we're only lacking a highly skilled blacksmith. In the previous war, Aditya either had to buy 2-star weapons or rob them from his enemies. Buying a 2-star weapon can be very costly in the long run. Aditya would be able to save tons of money by finding a blacksmith. Tobias understood why Aditya wanted to know about weapons and armor prices. After a bit of thinking, Tobias came up with a suggestion. Why don't you head to the slave market? Slave market? Aditya seems to understand what Tobias wanted to say. Yeah, with a few hundred extra gold coins, you can buy a slave who used to be a blacksmith. Sooner or later, you will eventually need a blacksmith in your kingdom, so why not nurture talents from the beginning? You can order the blacksmiths who now have become slaves to teach others. On the other hand, Aditya had a completely different idea. The idea itself would freak Tobias out. Aditya decided to not say anything. Thank you, Grandpa. Tobias was dumbfounded seeing Aditya excitedly walk out of the room. After leaving the room, he went to find Julia in her laboratory. What happened? Julia asked. Right now she and Paige were enjoying some spicy street foods. Are you finished? Aditya asked, seeing that the 100 meters long line had finally ended. Yeah, I finished it a long time ago. By the way, do you want some? Aditya looked down and found her eating tamarind mixed with chili pepper salt. No, thank you. If you're done, would you like to come with me? Aditya did not like tamarind that much, even though he was fond of spicy food. Where? Julia had a happy smile on her face while eating the tamarind. To the slave market. All right, give me 5 minutes. Aditya nodded and then walked out of the laboratory. The slave market in this region of the continent was even bigger than in the eastern region. Slaves from different continents came to this region. There was a wide variety of slaves from different races. As long as one had enough money, One can even buy a dragon as a slave. Whenever a kingdom or a powerhouse went to war, the slave numbers in the market would see a drastic rise. Sometimes soldiers, generals, and even kings were turned into slaves and sold off. Slavery was a cruel thing. At first, the system of slaves was invented to turn criminals into slaves, but later the system changed. Nowadays one can even buy a former king as a slave. Why are we suddenly heading to the slave market? While sitting beside Aditya inside the royal carriage, Julia asked, while drinking a glass of water. It was evening. Most people are either returning home after a long day of hard work, or some people are going out to enjoy this time with their friends and families. Abigail City did not lack entertainment. I plan on buying some slaves. We can just ask Watson to buy slaves, that way you don't have to worry about sending them back to the Eastern Kingdom. Sending slaves to the Eastern Kingdom would take a lot of time and money. In her opinion, it would be better to just ask Watson to buy slaves from the local market. For now, let's go and see if we can find any slave worth buying. Now that Aditya can turn humans into dragonians, he did not need slaves. There was a time when he lacked troops, so he thought of using slaves. But right now, the Eastern Kingdom had over 100,000 troops. The number would only increase if Aditya were to add the troops that were being raised by the nobles of his kingdom. It took them 43 minutes to reach the slave market. The slave market was located on the bank of the river that flowed beside Abigail City. There was a time when slave trading was banned, but later this ban was lifted. Miss, we have reached the slave market. The royal carriage stopped in front of the slave market. Aditya and Julia nodded and walked out of the carriage. It looks like the slave market only has become bigger. The last time Julia was here, the slave market wasn't big as now. Let go. Chapter 89. Aditya told the guards to wait outside. They did not want to attract too much attention by bringing the guards with them. After walking to the slave market, Aditya felt he had come to the slum. Small slave traders were standing on the side of the roads and calling out to sell slaves. Looking around, Aditya felt a little pity for the slaves. The slaves were malnourished and skinny. Their eyes looked dead, as if they had lost all hope in their life. Boss, I want that boy. How much? You can take him for 5 gold coins. That's too expensive. Look how weak and skinny he is. I will give you 2 gold coins. Give or I will leave. The slave merchant gritted his teeth. Okay, deal. And just like that, the boy was taken away by a farmer. The boy will be forced to work in fields all day long till he dies of old age or dies of hunger. Aditya, being a man from another world, felt that this kind of thing was very cruel. Everyone deserved freedom. There were some people who naively believed that equality existed, but the concept of equality did not exist in the world of cultivation. This is normal. Everyone 10,000 slaves are either sold or bought. If you're looking to buy high-quality slaves, then I suggest you take a look at the big slave houses. All right. Soon Julia led Aditya in front of a shop that was named the Golden Slave Trading House. Ding. Welcome. The one who welcomed them was unexpectedly a woman in her late 30s. The woman was tall as Aditya. Her tight dress seductively hugged her body and exposed her curves. What kind of slave do you want, sir? The woman asked while offering them to sit on the couch, which was placed 5 meters away from the receptionist's desk. Do you have slaves who previously were cultivators? This question surprised both Julia and the sexy female receptionist. Wasn't Aditya here to slaves who know blacksmithing skills? I do. Our slave trading house has more than 100,000 slaves. We have all kinds of slaves. Inwardly, Aditya was surprised to hear this big number. I am looking for slaves that used to be a second-order or third-order cultivators. After coming to the slave market, Aditya realized that he has been wasting a huge opportunity. Julia was the goddess of alchemy. With her, he can heal the mana-crippled heart. Just like Amber and his 7 generals, those slaves will also recover their former cultivation in a few months. This method would double, if not triple, the military power of the Eastern Kingdom. While nobles and kings refrained from using slaves in the military, Aditya's thinking was the exact opposite. To him, this slave market was like a huge reserve of resources. Even though every kingdom has it, no one can fully use these resources. We do some slaves that previously were second-order and third-order cultivators. Though I don't understand the reason why Sir is looking to buy slaves with mana-crippled hearts. Why would someone look for slaves with mana-crippled hearts? Compared to normal slaves, those slaves were even cheaper as they cannot cultivate. I am planning on sending these slaves to the eastern region of the kingdom. I have a small business in that region. Aditya did not explain too much. He purposely kept his answer vague. Seeing that the customers weren't interested in answering, the female receptionist also stopped asking these kinds of questions. She also does not care about how her customers use the slaves. Since the customer was the owner, they had every right to do whatever they wished. How many slaves does Sir want? Aditya pretended to think, while in reality, he already knew how many slaves he wanted. I want 500 slaves. This big number once again shocked Julia. By now she also understands what Aditya was planning to do with the slaves. She secretly pinched his waist as this bad wolf was planning on making her work for a long time. All right, sir, do you need anything else? We have all types of elves, beastmen, and demon race. Slaves, I am sure sir will be interested. Do you have night elf? Aditya asked while secretly holding Julia's right hand. He did not want to be pinched repeatedly. Night elf? I apologize, sir, but night elves are too rare. Aditya wasn't too surprised. From Lucas, he also heard that night elves' numbers are too small. Only about a few thousand night elves are left in this world. We only buy slaves if someone wants to sell us. We don't force people to become slaves. This is the iron rule of our slave trading house, and we all have been following this rule for generations. A few days ago someone sold us 500 sea elves. Maybe sir would like to have them. Sea elf, this was new. As the name implied, sea elves lived under the ocean and seawater. They very rarely came in contact with the races living on the land. It was not just the sea elves, even other intelligent races living under the ocean never bothered to forge connections with races living on the land. Aditya, you should buy them. Aditya was surprised to see Julia giving suggestions. Getting to see sea elves are an extremely rare thing, not to mention having the opportunity to actually buy sea elves. Sea elves are useful in many ways. Even if their mana heart is crippled, underwater they still can move fast as some peak first-order cultivators. It was Aditya's luck that he found sea elves. If some other faction had learned about this, then they wouldn't have hesitated to pay even 10,000 royal cold coins to buy those slaves. We still haven't contacted any big factions yet. If Sir is interested, our slave trading house is more than happy to sell the sea elves at a discount price. The reason the female receptionist was willing even to go as far as to give a discount to Aditya was because of the Honored family. She would a big idiot if she cannot even recognize the princess of the Honored family. If the rumors are correct, then this man should be Lady Julia's future husband. In fact, the Golden Slave Trading House regularly sold slaves to the Honored family. The female receptionist had met Adam a few times in the past. All right, I will take them. Aditya also had some thoughts of exploring the sea. The sea was a vast place. 2 out of 3 of the total land was under seawater. The sea was a place with endless resources. Aditya felt it would be a huge waste to not use those resources. Maybe he can start an exploration team with the sea elves. He also had a big advantage that others did not have. His kingdom was located right next to the sea itself. This would allow him to access the sea without anyone's interference. Sir, do you want anything else? Do you have any slaves with blacksmithing skills? In fact, we do have some dwarves. One of the dwarfs was a 3-star blacksmith. Unfortunately, he offended the wrong person and ended up losing his cultivation and his power to forge weapons. But I believe he is still very valuable given the knowledge he has about forging. Aditya tightly clenched his fists to not show any excited expression on his face. I want to meet this person. Can I? Of course. The female receptionist gently smiled and then clapped. Clap, click. A female elf wearing a maid outfit and white stockings walked inside the room. The elf, surprisingly, had white hair which surprised Aditya. Her name is Mila. As you can see, she is a half-high elf. We have some high elves. Aditya felt this woman was shameless. She purposely introduced this beautiful-looking half-high elf to tempt him to buy female high elves. This woman was clearly trying to make him spend more money. She is a pure businesswoman. "Milady, do you have any orders for me?" The half-high elf female named Mila asked. "Can you bring the slave number 292,006? Please give me a few minutes." Even though most of the slaves that were owned by the Golden Slave Trading House were in another location, this building still had more than 5,000 slaves in it. After the maid left, the sexy female receptionist glanced at Aditya and Julia. "Does sir need anything else? Maybe some beastmen or maybe some hot virgin fox race woman?" Aditya quickly shook his head as he felt a chill running down his spine. He felt if it turned around, then he would see his worst nightmare. He already had started sweating from the pressure coming from behind. "No thank you, can you please calculate the total price?" Aditya quickly changed the subject. "HMPH." Julia snorted, and then she secretly pinched his waist. She was very satisfied with Aditya's performance. "Let's see, sir has ordered for 500 slaves whose mana heart was crippled. Should I get you 500 human slaves, or should I mix slaves from other races? If Mr. decides to get slaves from other races, then that would be a little costly compared to human slaves." "No, I will take 500 human slaves." Aditya was planning on turning these 500 human slaves into his loyal Dragonians after Julia restores their mana-crippled hearts. Aditya had a feeling that once he evolves his bloodline, he would be able to turn not just humans, but also warriors from other races into his Dragonians. But for now, he decided to not make a gamble and instead nurture these 500 slaves. All right, that would be 1 gold coin for every human slave. So let me tell you in advance that the sea elves would be a little more expensive. Each sea elf would cost 10 gold coins. All right. Right now, Aditya did not lack money. Although he had used 99% of his kingdom's money on new projects and the military, he still had enough money with him. From the beginning, knowing that this region of the continent will have more advanced star weapons, he had somehow managed to squeeze 50,000 gold coins from the budget. While the receptionist was calculating, the maid returned with a short-sized man. Aditya and Julia curiously looked at the man. He was about 4 feet 10 inches, 147 centimeters tall. His body was muscular and strong-built. He had long brown color hair and bread. He was currently wearing some cheap, clean clothes. Compared to what Aditya and Julia had expected, the dwarf did not look malnourished at all. As if knowing what was going on in the couple's head, the receptionist proudly smiled and said, "We take care of our slaves. All of our slaves are well fed, given clean clothes and proper sanitation. Our slaves would have to work in the farming lands which are located outside Abigail City. So along with slave trading business, they also have other businesses. Using the slaves that are not bought in the farming lands gives them access to free labor. So in the end, they can generate profits from both sides. While doing that, they are also making sure to feed their slaves well and give them proper clothing and shelter. What a genius strategy." Inwardly, Aditya was very impressed. This kind of business model almost had no disadvantages. All the slave traders usually only feed their slaves one time in 2 or 3 days. This resulted in the slaves being very skinny and malnourished. By well maintaining the slaves, the Golden Slave Trading House also built a kind of brand image. They ensured that their slaves will be better than the ones in the market. "What is your name?" Aditya asked curiously. Chapter 90. "What is your name?" Aditya asked while observing the look on the dwarf's face. This was the first time he was actually seeing a dwarf, even though he knew what dwarves looked like from the memory of the previous owner. Just like Aditya, the dwarf observed Aditya, the face of the man who might become his master. "My name is Percy Lowe." For some reason, Aditya sensed the loneliness and emptiness in his words. If Aditya had to describe Percy, then he would say depressed. The man looked very depressed as if he had lost his will to live. Percy used to be a 3-star blacksmith. Some things happened and unfortunately, he ended up becoming a slave. When the receptionist said those words, Aditya noticed Percy gritting his teeth as anger flashed in his eyes. Although his mana herd has been crippled, I believe Mr. can use the experience he has. Aditya understood that this woman was only saying this to make Aditya know that she is going to charge a high price for Percy and other blacksmiths. All right, do you have any more blacksmiths with mana-crippled hearts? This question made the female receptionist think about what exactly Aditya would do with multiple blacksmiths whose mana hearts has been crippled. Other than passing down the knowledge and experience, she couldn't find any other real use for these blacksmiths. Since their mana hearts has been crippled, they were just like ordinary slaves. Of course, we have 9 more dwarves, but among everyone, only Percy has the knowledge of how to forge 3-star weapons. Percy stood behind the female receptionist and quietly listened. Every time he heard about forging weapons, he felt countless daggers being stabbed at his heart. Does Mr. wants anything else? Nope, at least not that moment. If I need anything, then I will send someone, or if I am free, then maybe I will personally come. All right, the total price is 600. I charged 10 gold coins for each dwarf. Mr. can just pay me 500 gold coins. Aditya's mouth twitched a little. It was not like giving a discount of 100 gold coins would make any big difference. By the way, does Mr. needs the slaves to be sent to the eastern region of the continent? Our trading house also has a few big ships which we use for transportation. After a moment of thinking, Aditya also felt it would be too much of a hassle to bring all the slaves back with him, using a teleportation array. Not to mention the huge sum of money that will be consumed to get 1,010 people teleported at the same time. Also, since he was currently living another identity, it would be best if he did not connect himself with the eastern region of the continent. Not at least while he was in public. Seeing that Aditya was agreeing, the female receptionist smiled beautifully. Aditya noticed that this woman only smiled when she talked about money or business. That would be 6,000 gold coins after adding shipping charges. And also don't worry, our trading house will make sure that all of the Mr.'s properties are properly taken care of and safely reach the destination. After a bit of talking, Aditya hesitantly told her about Watson and the Hide-Eyed City. After paying 60 royal gold coins, which were 6,000 gold coins, Aditya and Julia left the slave market and got in the carriage to return home. You should start collecting the necessary alchemy ingredients to repair all of their mana hearts. Aditya felt a little guilty for making Julia work this hard. It won't be much of a problem to get the alchemy ingredients. Compared to the eastern region or any other region in the continent, the northwest region of the continent was richer in resources, especially rich in alchemy ingredients. Even the quality of the alchemy ingredients was better. I was thinking, do you have any plans of building a teleportation array in the Eastern Kingdom? Julia curiously asked. If the Eastern Kingdom had a teleportation array, then it would become very convenient for Julia. She and Aditya would no longer have to go all the way to the Kingdom of Nyland. After we go back, I will personally make a teleportation array. All right. Julia had heard from her father just how good Aditya was at runes. Aditya's talents in runes even outshined the best rune geniuses on the continent. About an hour later, Aditya and Julia finally returned home. After returning home, both went back to their bedrooms to wash up. Shortly after 30 minutes, Walter came to call both of them for dinner. Sitting at the dining table, everyone was enjoying dinner. As always, the food cooked by Sophie was always delicious. It was only has been 2 days since Aditya came. In just 2 days, he no longer felt that he was a guest of this house. He felt that he had become a core part of the family. This was the first time Aditya was experiencing this kind of family love. In his previous life, he had spent almost all of his time either studying or either working under politicians. When he was young, he hated politics more than anything, but as he grew up without even realizing, Aditya became the type of person he hated. Aditya very rarely shared meals with his family. Most of his family members lived alone in different cities, pursuing their own careers. Over time, Aditya became used to having meals alone while watching some videos on geopolitics. But it was different here. He found that meals he can taste extra delicious when eaten with family and friends. As time passed, Aditya was increasingly becoming more and more fond of gentle, kind, and motherly Sophie. Aditya, why are you not eating? Is there anything you don't like about the food? Today Sophie had cooked spicy fried chicken, which was his favorite. No, just some old things came to my mind. Being a politician, Aditya also learned to control his expressions very well. In front of the public, he always needed to appear confident and strong. He quickly controlled his emotions and continued eating. I see, do you like the food? I heard from Julia that you looked like spicy fried chicken. Aditya glanced at Julia in surprise. He had said these words to her a long time ago, back when their relationship had not developed. She actually remembered. Here he was assuming that she had forgotten about these kinds of small details. Seeing Aditya looking at her, her eyes snorted and continued to eat. Don't think too much, I happen to have a good memory. Aditya smiled and did not reply back. But inwardly, he was very happy to have found someone like her. The next day, after waking up very early in the morning, the first thing that he did was take out a glass jar. He bit his index finger and then started dropping 25 drops of golden blood into the glass jar every single day. Aditya has been doing this. He has been collecting 25 drops of his golden blood in a glass jar ever since he learned that his golden blood can turn humans into dragonians. So far, Aditya has collected over 75 drops of golden blood. He has been planning on using these golden blood drops to turn his human soldiers into his dragonians. I should also send a letter to Watson about the slaves. Aditya then sat down and started writing a letter to Watson explaining why he bought the slaves and what do to with them. Knock, knock. Young master, the son of Duke Elliot Campbell has come to see you. He is standing outside the castle waiting for you. Aditya put the pen down. He just had finished writing the letter. Why does the son of Duke Elliot Campbell wants to see me? Aditya wondered. Walter, tell him to keep waiting for another 5 minutes. All right. Normally, if a noble wants to come to another noble's house for a meeting, the noble would have to ask for an appointment or at least let the other noble know that he is coming. A low-rank noble might even have to wait for weeks to get an appointment if that noble wants to meet a high-rank noble, even though Aditya was not a noble or a royalty, as the son-in-law of Duke Adam. Even if the son of Duke Elliot Campbell wanted to meet him, he still would have to let Aditya know in advance or at least come at an appropriate time. Aditya frowned, looking outside the window. It was still dawn, yet the son of Duke was here to meet him. It was more like the son of Duke Elliot Campbell was ordering him to come out. He can keep waiting. Aditya preferred to train early morning. It was a habit that he had from his previous life. He did not like to do any work or meet anyone at this time. Aditya entered the washroom to clean his body. Last night he had a good sleep and a naughty dream which dirtied his pants. Meanwhile, standing outside the castle, the son of Duke Elliot Campbell was getting more and more impatient with waiting. No one has ever dared to make the son of Duke Elliot Campbell wait. Where is he? Young Master Aditya said he will be there in 5 minutes. I guess 5 minutes will never pass. The son of Duke Elliot Campbell replied sarcastically. He has been standing in this place for over 47 minutes now. Click. Walter sighed in relief seeing Aditya finally walking out. Walter, what are you doing here? Aditya asked, walking out of the castle. He pretended to not know the man standing beside Walter. He focused entirely on Watson. Young master, let me introduce you. This man is the son of Duke Elliot Campbell. His name is Lucian Campbell. Instead of replying, Watson instead introduced Aditya to the son of Duke Elliot Campbell. I thought you would never show you and hide in that little cave of yours. Chapter 91. Young master, let me introduce you. This man is the son of Duke Elliot Campbell. His name is Lucian Campbell. Instead of replying, Watson instead introduced Aditya to the son of Duke Elliot Campbell. I thought you would never show you and hide in that little cave of yours. Aditya stopped 5 meters away from the man named Lucian. He carefully observed Lucian's appearance for a minute. 50 plus. Lucian had light blue hair and beautiful blue eyes that can make any female captivated. He had a gentle appearance. His blue messy hair was covering his forehead and gave him a unique handsome charm. He was about 9 meters, around the same height as Aditya. His body was neither too muscular nor too slim. He had fair skin. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants, which was very different from what the nobles normally wore. His charming face was enough to capture the hearts of millions. Even though his age was over 50 plus, what does the young master of Campbell House want? Since this man showed Aditya no respect, why the hell he would show him any respect? He was not a bootlicker. He did not care if this man was the son of a duke. Even if the prince, the son of the king himself, had done this kind of act, Aditya wouldn't have given any respect to the price either. Aditya was also pissed that Lucian had come to see him at 5 in the morning. Just like Aditya, Lucian also checked on Aditya's appearance for a few seconds before replying. Are you engaged to Lady Julia? If you don't believe in me, then you can just wait till Julia's birthday. Any other questions? Aditya looked really impatient. Aditya, I challenge you to a fight. Do you dare to accept? Now that's interesting. Aditya's lips curled up hearing the words of Lucian, the son of Duke. Campbell also had a crush on Julia. Now, after hearing the rumors of Julia being married, he simply couldn't wait and ended up coming here to meet Aditya at 5 in the morning. Aditya found that Lucian's cultivation was at least 4th order or maybe even above. The aura around him is strong as Eddie, maybe even stronger than Eddie. Aditya guessed Lucian's cultivation was at least mid-4th order. Now that's interesting. A mid-4th order challenging a mid-2nd order. Are you afraid? Aditya instantly saw through his attempt to provoke him and then make him accept his challenge. It's not about if I am afraid or not. It's about if I can seriously stand against a mid-4th order. Though he had managed to defeat a beginner 4th order, Aditya had not confident about beating a mid-4th order. Aditya had an advantage with his Crimson Flame. When he fought with Eddie, his Crimson Flame's high temperature helped him by dealing with General Eddie's water attacks. Aditya is not sure if he can achieve the same result if he fought against an Earth user, or maybe a Lightning user. I know you defeated General Eddie, who is beginner 4th order, a few days ago. Lucian pointed at the large destroyed part of the castle. Why do you even want to fight me so much? Aditya understood that by defeating him, the son of the Duke wanted to prove that he was more worthy of Julia and all that nonsense. But Adam, Sophie, and Julia clearly weren't the type of people who would care about worthiness. Aditya knew that after spending time with them, if I win, I want something from you. If you win, you can ask for anything. Aditya narrowed his eyes as his eyes flashed with killing intent. He can clearly see what Lucian was trying to do here. Can I know what thing you want from me? Lucian failed to notice the killing intent in Aditya's eyes. He proudly raised his chest and looked at his crimson eyes. If I win, you will hand over Julia to me. You will immediately break off the engagement and leave the house of Honard. Hearing those words, Aditya's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Without even realizing it, his body temperature started rising rapidly. His crimson eyes started glowing even in red light. Walter, who was standing beside Lucian, saw the changes in Aditya. Even from the 5 meters distance, he could feel the temperature around Aditya rising. Before Aditya could release his killing intent, Walter appeared behind Aditya and put his right hand on his shoulder. Young master, this is not the place to get angry. Walter whispered in his ear. If Lucian wasn't the son of Duke, then Walter personally would be butchered him. Even he was angry with Lucian's words. Aditya got some control over his emotions thanks to Walter's words. After taking a deep breath, he coldly stared at Lucian and said in a deep tone, "Listen to me, you piece of shit. First of all, Julia is not an object that I will hand over to anyone. If you want to fight, I will fight you. Don't think that. You can use this fight to make me break this engagement. Lucian's face changed when he was called a piece of shit. Someone held his anger as he knew. Getting angry here would only create unnecessary trouble. He also realized that he had hit Aditya's sensitive nerve. All right, let's change the price. You put 10 million royal gold coins. I put in 10 million royal gold coins. The winner of this fight gets to take it all. All right, I accept your challenge. The fight will take place on Lady Julia's birthday. Saying that, Lucian stepped into the royal carriage and left. After Lucian left, Aditya finally calmed down. Walter couldn't help but ask, "Young master, why did you accept the fight? Lucian is even stronger than General Eddie. Why should I refuse free 10 million royal gold coins?" Aditya smiled as asked back. He still had 12 days left, and 12 days would give him more than enough time to prepare for this fight. Hearing Aditya's answer, Walter was stunned. He was going to face a mid-fourth order, yet this man was so calm and spoke like he already had won the fight. Walter couldn't understand from where this confidence came from, unless young master is planning on using his dragon transformation. Thinking about Aditya transforming into a dragon made the old butler Walter very excited. He was curious and also excited to see Aditya in his dragon form. Let's go back. While walking inside, he looked at the sky. There were dark clouds hovering around. In the sky, it looked like it was going to rain soon. Meanwhile, a large amount of mana was gathering 20 km away from Abigail City. The mana in the atmosphere was being sucked toward the outside of Abigail City. No one had any idea what was going to happen. At the dining table, "Why did you agree to fight Lucian?" Julia angrily asked. "Well, I couldn't say no to free 10 million royal gold coins." Aditya simply smiled and continued eating without being bothered. "Mom," Julia looked at her mother for some help, even though she might act like she does not care about Aditya. Deep down, she was really worried about him. Julia calmed down. "I think Aditya did the right thing." Julia looked at her father. Adam also looked very calm. Seeing how strong Aditya was, he did not see a reason to be worried. All the nobles in the kingdom will attend Julia's upcoming birthday. Many are dissatisfied with Aditya, even though no one would dare to say it in front of me. I think this fight would allow Aditya to display his powers in front of the nobles. Big brother will definitely win. Aditya smiled while patting Julia's little brother's head. "See, even Zach believes that I will win." Julia rolled her eyes. Fighting a beginner fourth order and fighting a mid-fourth order are completely different. You worry too much. Even if I lose, I won't go down without seriously injuring him. HMPH, who said I was worried about you? Julia snorted and pretended to not be worried. He, big sister is being a tsundere again. Julia glared at Zach and then continued eating. Meanwhile, Aditya and Zach looked at each other and smiled. After eating breakfast, "Boy, wait a minute." Under everyone's confused gaze, Adam took out a black sword from his storage ring. "Here, take this." Aditya took the black sword from Adam. When he took the sword in his right hand, he instantly felt like he was being forced to carry an entire mountain in his right hand. The black sword fell to the ground as Aditya couldn't keep holding this sword. "This is a mid-5-star black sword. I was planning on giving you this sword on Julia's birthday as an engagement gift. This black sword weighs almost 3 tons. The sword was forged for me, but I choose a greatsword as my main weapon, so the sword was left unused. From now on, this sword is yours." After saying those words, Adam left. Meanwhile, Aditya was still shocked. To think Adam would gift him a mid-fifth order black sword. Chapter 92. Adam went to drop Zach to school, while Sophie went to wash the dishes. Julia and Aditya, on the other hand, were staring at the black sword. "Can you pick it up?" Even the floor had cracked like a spider web when the black sword fell down. "System, add my remaining free stats points to my strength." Ding, strength 235, a 260 dragon transformation. Aditya left arm transformed into a dragon claw. He then grabbed the tilt of the black sword, which was lightly curved. Still too heavy. Aditya's left arm started bulging as veins started showing all over his right arm. He gritted and used his power to the maximum. Julia was surprised to see Aditya slowly lifting up the 3 tons black sword. Adamantite Doomblade mid 5-star, you're late. Sorry grandpa, I was trying to lift a 3-ton sword. So he really gave you the Adamantite Doomblade. Previously Adam had discussed giving the Adamantite Doomblade to Aditya with Tobias. The Honard family only had 7 5-star weapons yet. Adam did not hesitate to give one of the 5-star weapons to his son-in-law. All right, let's resume where we had stopped yesterday. Aditya nodded after receiving the Adamantite Doomblade. He was thinking of engraving the black sword with runes which would make the sword even more powerful. Just like yesterday, Julia also opened her laboratory. People were willing to stand in this rain to request pills. Compared to yesterday, today the number of people that stood in a line had doubled, from peak first-order cultivators all the way to peak third-order cultivators. Every cultivator was here to request a pill from the goddess of alchemy. The line was only getting bigger with each passing minute. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The rain continued without the people noticing what actually was going on. More and more mana was being sucked. As time passed, the mana suction only continued to increase. At some point, all the mana within the 20 km range was rapidly moving in a single direction. Lord Adam, I have some urgent news. What is it? Adam asked while writing a letter of invitation. As his daughter's birthday was approaching, Adam was writing personal letters to invite all the nobles of the empire. Since Adam was going to announce his daughter's engagement, he wanted to invite every noble regardless of whether they are his friends or his enemies. A huge vortex has formed 20 km away from Abigail City. The vortex is sucking a huge amount of mana from the atmosphere. Drop. Adam dropped the pen he was holding. He widened his eyes. He looked at Eddie like he was looking at his worst nightmare. This is really bad. Adam hurriedly walked out of the room, leaving Eddie confused. Eddie, call Aditya. About 30 minutes later, the whole family was standing on the walls that surrounded the entire Abigail City. Adam, why did you call us here? Instead of replying, Adam pointed in the direction of the west. Aditya instantly frowned, feeling all the mana in the atmosphere was rapidly moving in the direction of the west. Uncle, do you know what is happening? Aditya has never heard of this kind of strange phenomenon. Adam also looked in the direction of the west. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is not a good sign. Let me check it. 2 pairs of red wings appeared on his back. The next moment, Julia and Zach found Aditya feeling in the direction of the west. Aditya, wait. Julia tried to stop him, but he didn't stop. I will also go and take a look. Eddie, you wait here. Close the city gates and do not allow anyone to neither enter or exit the city. Shut down the teleportation array as well. Also, make sure to keep the defensive barrier activated. After saying those words, Adam also ran off in the direction of the west. It did not take Adam to catch up to Aditya. Uncle, do you know why this phenomenon is happening? I am not sure. Let's ask Uncle Tobias. Tobias was an old vampire who has lived for a long time. He must know what is going on. Both Aditya and Adam traveled 20 km in an hour. Adam adjusted his speed to match Aditya's speed. Both father and son-in-law moved through the forest and finally reached the area where all the mana was being sucked. What the hell is this? Aditya and Adam looked up at the giant vortex that was rapidly sucking all the mana. Aditya and Adam realized that mana near the vortex was several times denser. They could see the spiraling ripples around the vortex. Uncle, did you notice one thing? Aditya asked while looking at the gigantic vortex. The vortex was at least 50 meters. What is it, kid? Even though this is a forest where magical beasts live, we did not encounter even a single magical beast on our way. It's almost as if all the magical beasts in the forest had disappeared. Or maybe they have left this forest knowing that something dangerous is coming. Magical beasts had much better senses of their surroundings compared to other intelligent beings. It is believed that magical beasts can sense if any natural calamity or disaster is coming. Aditya and Adam were still standing 1 km away from the vortex. Even from his distance, they felt a strong force pulling their body. Even if a peak Fifth Order steps near the vortex, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw that Fifth Order cultivator's body is torn into pieces. Fortunately, this vortex did not open anywhere near the cities. Otherwise, it would have been a huge disaster. Aditya looked at the 50 meters giant vortex, which was 100 meters above the ground. The mana from the surroundings was rapidly being sucked. The closer Aditya got to the vortex, the denser the mana kept on becoming. All right, let's go back. After taking one more look at the vortex, Aditya realized that the vortex has been expanding, even though the expansion was really slow. The spiraling ripples around the vortex were expanding. Swoosh. Uncle Tobias, you know anything about the mana vortex? In the evening, Adam, Aditya, Tobias, and Eddie were holding a meeting. By now, the 50 meters sized mana vortex had become 65 meters. With each passing hour, the size of the vortex was increasing by 1 meters. Sitting on the same couch as Aditya, the old vampire sighed in depression. Whenever a mana vortex has appeared in this world, millions of people always have died because of it. I even lost my father because of the mana vortex. Silence descended upon the living room. Everyone had their eyes on old man Tobias. No one really knows what triggers a mana vortex to be formed. What I do know is that whenever a mana vortex is formed, after sucking a colossal amount of mana from the atmosphere, the mana vortex will either give birth to world treasure or give birth to a dungeon or maybe even form a labyrinth. No one dared to speak as the elders' words were like a golden revelation to them. About 9 centuries ago at the Beast Continent, a similar event took place. A mana vortex that was 300 meters in size shook the entire continent. The mana vortex gave birth to a world treasure. Countless tribes, kingdoms, and factions fought to get their hands on the world treasure. Even after the mana vortex disappeared, beast race people continued fighting over the world's treasure, until finally one day the treasure was lost or was either hidden by someone. No one really knows what happened with the treasure. Among all that bloodshed, the treasure seems to have disappeared like it never existed. Aditya could only imagine what kind of artifact is called a world treasure. Grandpa, do you know anything about the power of this world treasure? Tobias unfortunately shook his head in disappointment. I don't know. What I do know is that the appearance of world treasure had created a continental war, which took the lives of nearly 500,000 million beast race people died in that war. Even after the world treasure disappeared, tribes continued fighting among themselves to get revenge for their fallen brothers and sisters. 500 million. Aditya gasped as he repeated this number in his head. It was not just Aditya. Everyone sitting in the room had a similar reaction. To think a world treasure would become the reason for 500,000 beast race people to die. When the Continental War ended, around 1 out of 3 of the beastmen already had been killed. In a way, this war also was a blessing for the beast continent. How can a war that has taken the lives of 1 out of 3 of the beastmen population can be considered as a blessing? Eddie couldn't help but ask back. Adam and Aditya also had the same question. As you all know that almost all of the beast continent is only endless prairie. It was increasingly becoming more and more difficult for the beastmen to find food. Before the Continental War, an estimation of 1.5 billion beastmen lived in the beast continent. It was also at that time when a large number of beastmen started migrating to other continents. Almost 99% of the beast continent's land is not suitable for farming. The continent's only food source was either imports or fishing or raising livestock. So the dying of 500,000 beast race people solved the hunger issues of other 1 billion. It left enough food for the other 1 billion. Aditya continued the last part. He had seen similar things, even on Earth before. On Earth, things had become so worse that some people even had started cannibalism. To live, they were ready to eat anything. Tobias replied with a smile, "That's correct. no matter which world it is. Food shortage is always a problem, Aditya thought as he closed his eyes for a second. Now coming back to our discussion on mana vortex. When the mana vortex gives birth to labyrinth, that is a blessing for the land and the continent. Labyrinths are generally made up of 10 or even 100 floors. Each floor is like a sub-world or small world where monsters live and resources can be found. Each labyrinth floor has a boss monster. If the highest floor boss monster is not killed, the labyrinth will continue to exist. Not just continue to exist, but also continue to spawn monsters on each floor. The labyrinth will continue to respawn monsters until the final boss is not killed. The reason a labyrinth can bring huge fortune to the land is because of the endless number of resources found inside the labyrinth. Each floor is a small world, and each small world has mines, herbs, and alchemy ingredients. Just like monster respawns, the trees, mines, herbs, water, air, in short, everything inside the labyrinth will continue to respawn endlessly. Hearing Tobias's words, Aditya felt a little greedy. If a labyrinth were to form in his kingdom, then his kingdom would become one of the most powerful kingdoms on the continent. And last, we have dungeons. Most of the time, a mana vortex would give birth to a dungeon. Unlike a labyrinth, a dungeon does not have any floors. Dungeons generally contain a horde of monsters, which are led by a boss and remain open until the boss is killed. As for how many monsters a dungeon has, I am not sure. It depends on the amount of mana that the mana vortex has sucked from the atmosphere. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the living room becomes tense. Since the mana vortex gives birth to the dungeon and the monsters living inside the dungeon, you can expect the number of the monsters to be at least above 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Just this colossal number itself made Adam and others' faces turn pale. The monster mostly has either first-order or second-order cultivation power, but I am not sure how strong the boss monster is. Facing an army of 1,000,000 first-order and second-order monsters, Aditya couldn't see how the Anard family was going to fight this huge wave of monsters. Even if the whole kingdom and the nobles come forward to kill the monster horde, Aditya is still not sure if that would be enough. Chapter 93. 5. The current atmosphere of the living was very tense. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Everyone was looking at the man whose facial expression was constantly changing. Adam was in deep thought. No one dared to interrupt him, knowing that he was currently in the process of making a very important decision. Depending on his decision, the fate of millions will change. At this moment, Adam was holding the lives of countless people. A single wrong decision from his side could get countless people killed. In this situation, Aditya's mind also couldn't think of any useful solution. Adam's choice was greatly limited. He had only two options. The first option will be to fight with everything he has. The second option will be to flee, which he cannot do either. The main problem was that neither Adam nor anyone had any idea of the number of monsters that they are going to face. If he had even a rough estimation of the number of monsters that were going to come out of the dungeon, then maybe he could have done something to prepare. 10 minutes quietly passed. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Everyone was tense and very worried. After about 10 minutes of silence, Adam sighed as he looked down. Sigh. I think from the beginning our options were limited to only one, and that is to fight. Abandoning the place that I called home is not an option. I would rather die than live to see that happen. I will protect my territory with everything I have got. After a short pause, Adam glanced at Aditya, Eddie, and Tobias and continued. That being said, I don't think you all need to fight. If a dungeon does appear, and when the situation reaches the most critical, I want all of you to retreat and flee from this city. There is no way I am doing that. Eddie was the first one to reject. Eddie thought of Adam as his big brother. This family, this castle, this city, and this land was the place that he swore to protect. There was no way he would just flee. He would rather die on the battlefield. Rather than living a life of cowardness, Eddie would die as a warrior. Master, you must have lost your mind. We have followed you everywhere. We won't betray you. Besides, this old man has lived long enough. I believe a battlefield would be the perfect place for this old man to die. Ha ha ha. No one was in the mood to laugh with old man Tobias. Aditya simply remained quiet. He was willing to give his everything in this fight, but he was not ready to die here. Aditya still had a kingdom. Ha still had to look after millions of people. If the king himself suddenly disappeared, what would happen to the kingdom? To make matters worse, he did not even have a successor yet. Besides, knowing Julia, Sophie, and Zach's personalities, they would never leave Adam here. Adam focused in attention on Aditya. Aditya, please promise me this. If things start to get out of hand, you will take Julia, Zach, and Sophie with you, and go back to the eastern region of the continent. Aditya took a deep breath and seriously nodded his head. I promise. I will use my own life to keep them safe. After all, Aditya had become a part of the family. Even if Adam didn't ask him, he still would have taken Julia, Zach, and Sophie with him to the Eastern Kingdom. That's good to know. Adam weakly smiled and then looked down. At first, Adam did not like Aditya at all. Which father would want to marry his daughter to a drunk, poor, useless, and untalented man? Adam has even asked Julia hundreds of times to return, but she refused and continued staying with Aditya. But his recent change, and the things he has done with his kingdom, changed his opinion of Aditya. Adam knew that Aditya was an even better leader than he was. Unlike Adam, who had everything, when he became the Duke, Aditya built the Eastern Kingdom. Even if things go wrong, if Aditya takes his family with him, Adam can die in peace knowing that nothing can happen to the Eastern Kingdom and his family can live a peaceful life. Aditya hesitated for a moment before asking, Uncle, why don't you ask for reinforcement from the king himself? Hearing Aditya's question, a bitter smile appeared on Adam, Eddie, and Tobias's faces. It will at least take a week for the army to arrive. I don't think we have this much time. In case you're wondering, why not just use the teleportation array? There is a limit to how many people the teleportation array can teleport in a single day, not to mention the huge cost. The Empire of Echo Dominion was almost 3 to 4 times larger than the current Eastern Kingdom. The Honored Noble House contributed around 15% of the Empire's total military powers, which made Adam the strongest duke in the Empire of Echo Dominion. The king had control over 50% of the military powers. The House of Campbell contributed around 10% of military strength. The rest, 25% of military power, was contributed by all other nobles. When Adam succeeded his father and became the duke, the military power of the Honored family sharply increased. The Honored family and the Campbell family are the two oldest families of the Echo Dominion Empire. Even if the king wanted to, he wasn't able to take all the powers these two houses held. For generations, there seems to be some sort of rivalry between the House of Honored and the House of Campbell. Before Adam's father became the duke, the Campbell house had the most military power after the king, but heaven seems to be favoring the Honored house. With Julia's birth, the status of the two houses completely changed. Of course, the Campbell noble household was greatly tempted. Their desire to bring the goddess of alchemy to their family only increased. After Julia started showing her talents, the House of Campbell tried to get close to Adam and his family in many ways. But Adam and Sophie clearly saw through their intention and purposely kept a certain distance from them. Over the years, the head of the Campbell household, also the person who was the current duke, pushed Lucien toward Julia even though he was above 50+ years old. At first, Lucien only pursued Julia because of her talent, but later when he first saw her, his heart was instantly captured by her angelic beauty. Sigh. Anyway, I already have sent a letter to His Majesty explaining our current situation. Reinforcement should start coming in a few hours. After getting Adam's letter, the king personally sent an order to all the nobles in the empire to send troops to help Adam. If the Honored family fails to stop the monster outbreak, the entire empire will suffer great losses. In severe cases, the empire might even collapse. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, every noble, regardless of whether they liked the Honored family or not, had to send their army to Abigail City. Even though the teleportation arrays had a limit, the king had allowed all the nobles to use the teleportation arrays in this dire situation for free. However, the teleportation arrays can only be used to teleport troops. I also have recalled our troops. They should be here in 5 to 6 hours. The Onard family had around 300,000 first-order soldiers, 50,000 second-order soldiers, and 11 third-order captains. Each captain had around 30,000 soldiers under their command. Including Adam and Eddie, the Onard family had 4 fourth-order cultivators. This huge number should be more than enough to crush a 4-tier kingdom, or a powerhouse, in a few hours. Comparing the Eastern Kingdom or the Kingdom of Nyland to the Onard House military power is like comparing an adult man with a 5-year-old boy. The difference was too huge. Forget about 350,000 troops. Just the 11 third-order cultivators would be enough to crush the Kingdom of Nyland. With a bit more discussion, the meeting finally ended. Aditya and Tobias returned to their training room. Tobias continued to guide Aditya. Aditya noticed a trace of urgency in Tobias. It was probably because Tobias wanted to teach as much as he can to Aditya before time run out. "Grandpa, there is no need to hurry." Even Aditya wasn't able to keep up. "You don't understand. Among all the students I had, you're the most talented one. If in case I die in this fight, I at least want my knowledge to be passed down. You're the perfect person for that. I don't know when the mana vortex will stop. I want to use every single second to teach you so that you can learn to make 3-star rune spells as soon as possible." Compared to normal times, the old vampire Tobias looked very serious. His voice left Aditya with no room for further discussion. "The more time the mana vortex takes, the more mana will continue to suck. The more mana it sucks, the more stronger the dungeon or the labyrinth will be. If in case of Lady Lucky decided to favor them with a world treasure, then all the mana will be used to create a super powerful world treasure. But according to old man Tobias, the chances of a world treasure appearing is very low. Most of the time the mana vortex gave birth to the dungeon. When the dungeon is born, a colossal number of monsters will break out and attack any living being in their sight." Meanwhile, Sophie looked a little dazed and sad as she made dinner. She no longer had that cheerful aura around her. Zach sensed the change in her mother, even though the little boy couldn't understand what was happening. He still looked very worried about his mother. "Big sister, what happened to mother and father? They did not even come to pick me up from school." Either Sophie or Adam always made sure to drop off and pick up Zach from his school. But today it was Julia who went to pick up Zach. The boy was happy that his big sister came to pick him up, but deep down he also wondered why didn't his father come to pick him up. Sigh. Zach, mom, and dad both are currently busy. A big monster is trying to make a nest in our city, so dad and mom are planning to drive out that monster. By the way, why don't I help you with your homework? Julia had succeeded in diverting little Zach's attention with the appearance of the mana vortex. For the first time, Julia did not feel like practicing her alchemy skills. Instead, she wished to spend time with her family. When the news of the mana vortex was revealed, all the cultivators, who previously were standing in line to see the goddess, also quickly left. So cultivators hurriedly left the empire while some prepared to defend their homeland. The dining table was gloomy. Unlike normal times, no one wanted to say anything. No one had the appetite to have food. If not for little Zach, no one would have even bothered to have any food in the first place. After dinner, Sophie and Julia went to Zach's room while Adam was busy preparing for the monster outbreak. Unlike other times when Tobias only taught Aditya for 6 to 7 hours, today Tobias did not stop even after Aditya had dinner. Fortunately, Tobias had prepared notes that he was going to use to teach his students. Aditya was able to use those notes to further quicken his learning speed. Chapter 94. Click. Sliding opening the wooden door, Julia and Zach walked inside the traditional Japanese fashioned room. Sitting on the ground, a man with long blue hair was carefully drawing runes on a peak 3-star bow. The old vampire Tobias was sitting opposite Aditya and observing him. From time to time, he would correct the mistakes that Aditya made. When the future queen and her little brother entered, Tobias nodded at them and then signaled them to sit near him. Julia and Zack sat 3 meters away from Aditya. He was so focused on drawing runs that he did not even notice it when Julia and Zack arrived. It was like he was immersed in his own little world. He was holding a golden color pen that had a large and long tip. The pen was made from a special raised material. This pen is used for drawing runes on any weapon or armor or artifact. The golden bow was on his thighs. He was carefully drawing small runes on the lower limb of the golden bow. Compared to a few days, his movement now was very fluid and rapid. Over the few days of continuous practice, Aditya's drawing speed has tremendously increased. Each of his strokes looked very elegant. Watching this scene, Julia and Zack for some reason started to feel very calm and relaxed. All the worries and nervousness that Julia previously had seemed to have instantly disappeared. Her mind started feeling peaceful. Julia and Zack felt they could keep looking for hours. Seeing how beautifully Aditya drew runes on the bow, Julia felt dazed. His movement was flexible and filled with elegance, added to how focused he was when drawing runes. At this moment, Aditya looked very handsome, just like Julia and Zack. The old man Tobias was also dazed watching Aditya draw runes. Watching this boy draw runes, Tobias had a proud face. Compared to a few ago when he started, Aditya had improved tremendously. As his teacher, the old vampire felt very proud. Around 9 minutes later, Aditya finally was done drawing one of the 3-star spells. Under Tobias, Aditya learned that he can modify each spell and combine multiple spells when drawing runes. At this moment, he had just finished drawing a 3-star rune spell that will 30%. After finishing drawing the first spell, he wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead as he sighed in relief. When drawing runes, he had to be extremely careful. Even a small mistake could end up resulting in an error. Sometimes a small mistake could end up potentially ruining the weapon or armor. Aditya, that's enough for now. You can take a rest. Aditya put the golden pen down and looked at Tobias. Before this old man was hell-bent on teaching him everything. Before the dungeon was born. But now, he was asking him to rest. It has been 3 days since the mana vortex appeared. After those 3 days, now the size of the mana vortex has become 211.7 meters. With the increase in size, the mana suction force of the vortex also increased tremendously. At this point, one can see the mana vortex even from 20 km away. Now whoever goes 15 km near the mana vortex will instantly die from the tremendous pressure of the mana near the mana vortex. Several 2-order soldiers like this. A powerful gust of winds was constantly blowing toward the west, in the direction of the mana vortex. During these 3 days, the rain and the storm never stopped. The rain only continued to get stronger and stronger. The rain already had drowned the farming lands in the water. The people who lived near the river had to move away because of the flood. According to the report, several towns that were built in valleys were flooded with water. The situation was only getting worse. Even though the empire has dispatched several thousand soldiers to help the normal people, the situation only continues to get worse with the increase in death rates. Now with the increase in size, Adam and everyone was worried about another thing. If the mana vortex consciously increases in size like this, in a day or so, this city will become uninhabitable. The dense mana pressure will reach the city and will instantly crush all the normal people and the first-order cultivators. Now Adam and everyone was praying that the mana vortex will stop sucking mana from the atmosphere. During these 3 days, an army of 600,000 came to Abigail City. More troops are on their way. The king has sent food supplies, healing potions, and mana stones to help Adam. One by one, along with the huge army, the nobles of the empire were also coming to join the battle. All the soldiers were made to set up tents outside the city, while the nobles were allowed to stay in luxurious inns. Adam did not invite the low-rank nobles to his house. Normally, he would have let the nobles stay in his castle, since 80% of the castle was destroyed and he did not have enough rooms for everyone. Also, letting the nobles stay in his castle would mean that he would also have to sacrifice his and his family's privacy. At that same time, Adam also allowed ordinary people to escape the city. When the battle starts, even he is not sure if he will be able to keep the citizen of this city safe. A huge number of people left the city, making the whole Abigail city empty. Meanwhile, Julia and Paige spent their whole days making all kinds of healing potions, mana recovery potions, life-saving potions, body-strengthening potions, etc. Since both Paige and Julia was alchemists, they wanted to contribute with potions. Adam also allowed them to use all the reserved alchemy ingredients to make potions. During these 3 days, Aditya did not sleep even for a second. He was only allowed to stop if he needed to go to the washroom or if he needed to eat. The old man Tobias left Aditya with no room for discussion, but Aditya has to admit that drawing runes seems to make his mind peaceful and make his heart calm. By now, dark circles had appeared under his eyes. His eyes were slightly red. There was a tired look on his face, even though he didn't show his exhausted side to anyone. "Grandpa, let me finish drawing runes to this bow." Drawing runes requires continuous use of mana. Normally, Aditya would have run out of mana in a few hours, but with the black heart, he had a huge amount of mana. Even after 3 sleepless nights of constantly drawing 100 plus, took advantage of this. Even if Aditya did not have this huge pool of mana, the old man would have forced him to drink mana recovery potions and continue with his practice. "Aditya, don't push yourself." This time Tobias raised his voice a little. His words left no room for discussion. "You're not a machine. If you do not get enough rest, then you won't be able to fight. Besides, by now you almost have learned everything. As long as you keep practicing and go through the notes that I gave you, you will become a 3-star rune master." It was Tobias' selfish intent to teach Aditya before the fight started. He at least wants Aditya to take proper rest before the fight begins. "Aditya, Grandpa Tobias is right. You need some rest. Come with me." Without waiting for Aditya to reply, she pulled his right hand and walked out of the room, leaving Tobias and Zach behind. Sigh. Aditya opened the system and looked at his progression. Rune Monarch class progression to 3rd order. Rune Monarch class progression to 3rd order. 91%. 72 hours of non-stop hard work finally paid off. Aditya was a little happy with his progress. Julia brought Aditya all the way to his bedroom. He hasn't returned to his bedroom for the last 3 days. Without waiting for him to say anything, she simply pushed him onto the bed. "Sleep." Julia was then about to leave. "Where are you going?" Aditya asked back. "Going back to my room." Julia also needed some time to rest. She and Paige have been working for 3 days without any breaks. Just when Julia opened the door to leave, Aditya's words stopped her. "Can I sleep on your thighs?" Even Aditya is not sure how or why he requested this kind of thing. Maybe he just wanted to feel her warmth before the battle started, or maybe he desired to spend some time with her before the battle began. Whatever the reason was, Julia did not mind. She turned around and looked at Aditya with a hidden blush. She did not say anything. After looking at his eyes for a few seconds, she closed the door. I thought she was seriously going to reject. Given Julia's personality, she normally would have rejected him. Gulp. Aditya was slightly nervous and also very excited about being able to lay on her lap. A moment later, Aditya found his head on her lap. He couldn't describe the emotions he currently felt. Feeling the warmth of her body, he suddenly began feeling very sleepy, unable to keep his eyelids open anymore. After closing his eyes, he did not realize when he fell asleep. Sleep well. Even if Julia wanted to, her dad forbade her from joining this battle. She, her mother, and Zach were asked to stay in the castle. If Aditya was in Adam's place, even he would have done the same thing. She smiled as she gently stroked his dark blue long hair. About 50 minutes later, Julia, who hasn't gotten to sleep for 3 days straight, also started to feel sleepy. She put Aditya's head on the pillow, and without even realizing, she just laid next to him and fell asleep. About 30 minutes later, Julia's mother, Sophie, came to call Aditya for dinner. Knock, knock. Aditya, dinner is ready. Seeing Aditya not answering, Sophie opened the door. Click. She was stunned to see both Aditya and Julia sleeping on the same bed. She couldn't help but smile seeing this scene. Sleep well. Tomorrow will be a very difficult day for both of you. Sophie did not disturb them and left after closing the door. Chapter 95. Next morning. Unlike normal days, these 4 days the sky has been covered by black clouds as continuous non-stop rain kept on pouring down on the land. It seems heaven had no intention of stopping the rain. The cries and the miseries of normal people were not answered. Over the 4 days of continuous rain, Aditya had gotten used to the sound of rain. It seems the sound of the rain had a calming effect on him. He was strangely calm, even though today might be the day that the mana vortex finally stops sucking mana. Once that happens, a huge catastrophe awaits them, an event that would get millions killed. Aditya slowly opened his eyes, feeling a weight on his right arm. Opening his eyes, the first thing that came into his view was long purple hair. He knew this familiar fragrance that entered his nostrils. This natural fragrance of her body seems to have started a morning fire in his dragon body. He looked down a little to find the sleeping goddess lying on his right arm. The weight of her soft body did not make his arm feel sore. It rather felt good. He realized that she must have fallen asleep with him. He couldn't help but smile seeing how she was sleeping. She had no hesitation in using his right arm as her pillow. In fact, she looked like she was feeling comfortable sleeping on his right arm. Her messy purple long hair was coloring her right eye and her left cheek. She was sleeping without any defense. For the next 5 minutes, Aditya did not do anything other than keep staring at her sleeping face. He has to admit she looked beautiful even when she was sleeping. The news must have shaken her more than it did to me. I can't imagine the same thing happening to my homeland. Knowing that this event was going to change her family and her life, she still remained strong. Aditya realized just how brave and mentally strong Julia was. Instead of giving up in despair, Julia chooses to fight alongside everyone. Aditya smiled as he moved his right hand, gently bringing her soft body toward him. He then held her slim and soft waist using his left hand while burying her face in his chest. He held her like he was holding the most delicate thing in the whole world. If possible, he wanted to hold her like this forever. Unfortunately, this had to come to an end. Around an hour later, the princess frowned in her sleep, feeling the big pillow. She thought of Aditya as a big pillow. When she was young, she used to sleep while holding a pillow, so she had a habit of the past. She put her left arm on his waist while using her left arm to hold him. Her sudden bold move left Aditya dumbfounded for a second. He did not move, nor did he dare to breathe too fast. He remained frozen in one place and kept staring at her face. Damn it, her soft and bouncy chest was pressed against his chest. The softness and the natural fragrance of her body only added more fuel to the fire. Aditya suddenly felt the tightness in his crotch. It felt like little Aditya was very eager to get out of the cage. He bit his lips. The pain seems to have reduced the lust. He focused his attention on the sleeping goddess. Right now, Aditya could take advantage of her defenselessness, but he avoided doing that, as he wanted to wait for the right moment and the right atmosphere. He used his right hand to gently stroke her purple hair. Being with her made him temporarily forget about the worries in his heart. Knock, knock. Damn it, what should I do? Hearing the sudden knock, Aditya's entire body jerked up. He panicked for a moment. He knew it would be bad if her mother saw them like this. Aditya, Julia, wake up. Without even waiting for Aditya to respond, Sophie opened the door. Mom, why are you yelling? Julia was annoyed. She finally was having a comfortable sleep, but she was woken up by her mother. Wait a minute. The goddess of alchemy realized that something was wrong here. She found her face buried in a man's chest. For a second she panicked, but that wariness disappeared as she inhaled the familiar fragrance of his body. Julia looked down to find that she was hugging Aditya like a pillow. Her left leg was on her waist, while his right hand was holding her waist. She then saw the figure of her mom standing at the door. Julia slowly raised her head and looked at Aditya's face. Aditya also met her gaze. "Good morning." Julia's whole face instantly turned red like tomato. The goddess was super embarrassed by the whole situation. On one hand, she found that this bad wolf was taking advantage of her, while on other hand, her mother had found them sleeping like this, which might make her misunderstand. Phew, it looks like I came at the wrong time. You two can take your time, we don't mind waiting. After saying those words, Sophie closed the door with a smile on her face. After closing the door, she couldn't stop smiling. It looks like I won't have to wait long to hold my first grandchild. After the door was closed, Julia suddenly changed her form. Without waiting, she went to wait for his neck. "Hey, stop biting me." Aditya did not want her to ruin his handsome face with bites. He quickly got up and moved to the other side of the bed and stared at Julia while rubbing the place that she bit previously. "You hooligan, you took advantage of me. How dare you?" Julia went for a kick, which Aditya grabbed with his right hand, grabbing her left leg. Aditya took a few seconds to admire those slender and seductive long legs of her. However, this only made her feel more embarrassed. "Jerk, let me go." Her cheeks flushed red while she angrily glared at him. What if I don't? Now that Aditya had finally found her weak spot, he wasn't going to let her go just like that. Seeing that this bad hooligan was not releasing her left leg, she went to kick him with her right left, which was again grabbed by Aditya. Since Julia did not use any mana in her attacks, Aditya was easily able to grab her leg. "How dare you take advantage of me?" "I didn't take advantage. In case you forgot, this was my room." "So what? This entire castle belongs to me. I can sleep anywhere I like." Now that I have caught your beautiful legs, I am going to appreciate them. If you don't release my legs, I am going to call Mom for help." Seeing that she was on the verge of losing, the sly goddess decided to take her mom's help. "HMPH. Do you think I will release your legs just because you are going to call your mother?" Aditya also did not give up. "Mom, big brother, what happened to your face?" little Zach innocently asked. On the other hand, Sophie sighed. She wasn't even surprised at this point. "Are you all right, Aditya?" Sophie glared at her daughter for a second before asking Aditya. Julia felt betrayed when her mother and little brother took Aditya's side. "It seems some mosquitoes had bitten your face last night. Ha. I guess this is natural, considering that it has been raining for 4 days now." Hearing Adam's words, Aditya's face instantly went dark. Ha. Yes, those mosquitoes also tried to bite me, but I slapped them away." Julia and Adam looked at each other and smiled. So father and daughter are working together now. Aditya sighed while rubbing the bite marks on his face. Meanwhile, little Zach secretly wondered what type of mosquitoes can have big teeth. Unlike the previous 3 days, the atmosphere at the dining table was not tense as before. Everyone left their worries in the back of their minds and enjoyed the breakfast. But it seems fate wasn't going to allow this happy moment to last too long, as just as they finished their breakfast, Eddie came running. "Sire, the mana vortex has stopped sucking mana." Just one sentence seems to have the power to turn everyone's mood worse. Adam and Aditya looked at each other and nodded. The next moment, along with Eddie, the 3 males disappeared from the living room, leaving worried Julia, Sophie, and little Zach. A few minutes later, Aditya, Adam, Eddie, and old man Tobias were standing on the western walls that surrounded the city and looked at the giant vortex that finally had stopped sucking mana. The spiraling ripples around that vortex no longer could be seen. Aditya looked at the 211.7 meters giant vortex. Even though the vortex had stopped sucking mana, it was like a ticking bomb that could explode at any time. The mana vortex stopped sucking mana about 10 minutes ago. If my estimation is right, before that, now the mana vortex will explode, releasing a huge wave of mana. Everyone turned their attention to the old man Tobias. Whether it was young or old, everyone carefully listened to the old vampire's words. The mana wave released by the explosion of the mana vortex will be super powerful. It will literally destroy everything in 100 km if not protected. If we don't block the mana wave, then it will destroy this city along with everyone living in the city. Just as the old man Tobias finished his words, everyone's face turned pale hearing lightning cracking sound. Roar. It felt as if heaven itself was roaring. The earth also started shaking a little. Aditya even felt the walls were slightly shaking as well. His dragon instinct was screaming at him to run away from this place as soon as possible. Everyone, prepare yourself. The mana vortex is about to explode. The old man Tobias' words were heard throughout the entire city. Chapter 96. The Abigail city was built in the middle of the forest. The whole city was surrounded by thick forest. The high walls around the city kept the magical beasts from entering the city. Under General Eddie, a group of 1,000 soldiers was sent every day to drive out or kill the magical monster that comes near the city. The city has never experienced monster attacks, as Duke Adam made sure to keep the area surrounding the forest clear. But that was a thing of the past. Right now more than 1,000,000 soldiers were standing outside the western wall of the city. In these 4 days' time, all the nobles had sent reinforcement to Duke Adam. Even rivals and haters of Duke Adam had no choice but to send reinforcement. Duke Adam was the strongest duke in the whole empire. If Duke Adam cannot hold the attack from the monsters, then the entire empire will be doomed. That's why all the nobles who did not like Adam had to set their animosity aside and send reinforcement without holding back. Outside the western walls that stretched more than 400 meters long, 1,000,000 soldiers were ready standing looking at the mana vortex that now had stopped sucking mana. It was not just the soldiers. The king personally even requested all the adventurers of the empire to help out as well. Aside from 1,000,000 soldiers, there were about 100,000 adventurers joining this fight. These adventurers called this empire their home and were ready to shed blood for their homeland. Also, not to mention the fact that the king himself has promised rewards to adventurers. Among 1,000,000 troops, there were some soldiers that were sitting on magical mounts. Magical mounts are magical beasts that are tamed to become mounts. There were many kinds of magical mounts. There were snow wolves, lunar wolves, red horses, black horses, white horses, wild bulls, desert bulls, horned bulls, king-horned bulls, and desert wolves. Not every soldier could afford to buy a mount. A mount could cost somewhere around 500 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins, depending on the type of mount. There were also some mythical rank mounts that were so rare that even 1,000,000 royal gold wouldn't be enough to buy them. Only around 50,000 soldiers had mounts with them. This was Aditya's first time seeing soldiers sitting on mounts. This was a concept that was not followed in the eastern region of the continent. Are you curious about mounts? Aditya nodded, hearing Adam's voice. All mounts here, except for the magical horses, are beginner second-order magical animals. Except for the horse-type magical mounts, all other mounts can attack, defend, and also kill monsters. The horse-type mounts are known for their fast speed. Even though their cultivation is in peak first order, they can move fast as some beginner third-order cultivators. Aditya nodded in understanding. He was a little interested in the magical horses. Each horse was about 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Uncle, do you know how I can get my hands on those magical horses? The idea of breeding magical horses came to his mind. Magical horses cannot be found in the eastern region of the continent. But by breeding the horses, the Eastern Kingdom will become the first kingdom to have magical mounts in the eastern region. All right, let's talk about it later. Aditya nodded in response. Everyone, prepare yourself. The mana vortex is about to explode. The old man Tobias' words were heard throughout the entire city. Aditya and Adam's faces turned serious. Everyone had their eyes on the mana vortex. By now, the mana vortex had become so huge that it can be seen even from 50 km away. Crack! Many soldiers fell down when the earth started shaking. Even Aditya and others who were standing at top of the walls felt the walls shaking ever so slightly. It's coming. Boo-woo-woo-woo. The next second, everyone heard a thunderous sound. With that sound, a huge wave of mana was released from the mana vortex. Everyone use your mana to create a mana barrier. Increase the range of the defensive barrier. With Adam's loud words, the energy dome that was previously covering the entire city started expanding. In a few seconds, a gigantic white, transparent energy dome was covering 5 km around the city. It's coming. Aditya's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he watched the mana wave destroy everything in its mana while heading in their direction. The mana wave spread out in every direction. With the wave, a terrifying strong gust of wind also headed toward the city. Everyone's faces turned pale as they watched the mana wave approaching them at a rapid speed. Get the mana barrier ready. No one held back at that moment. Everyone circulated their mana. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of mana barriers started forming. Aditya watched the scene in a mix of amazement and shock. One by one, with each passing millisecond, hundreds of mana barrier was formed behind the big energy dome. The mana wave approached them like an avalanche. Even normal people can see a huge cloud of dust and pebbles approaching in their direction. 100 plus mana per second. Boom. Right after the mana wave hit them, the city's defensive energy dome started cracking at rapid speed. Everyone looked at the glass-like cracks that were appearing on the energy dome in fear. Bang! After 2 seconds, the energy dome shattered like glass. The mana wave hit the 100,000 mana barriers created by everyone. But in front of the mana wave, the mana barriers created by more than 1 million cultivators were like an ant. Crack. One by one, every mana barrier was breaking like fragile glass. Even the barriers made the peak. Fourth-order cultivators couldn't hold on more than a second. In a few seconds, the mana wave easily shattered 100,000 mana barriers. Seeing death approaching them, everyone's faces turned pale from fear. This is really the end for us. In front of their eyes, all the mana barriers kept shattering. At that time, it was as if time had slowed down. Everyone could see what was happening, but their bodies were not fast enough to react at that speed. Crack. With each cracking sound, everyone felt their death approaching them. It's over. The mana wave had significantly weakened by now, but it was still powerful enough to kill almost everyone here. When the mana wave hit the last few remaining mana barriers, in less than a second, all the mana barriers broke except for one mana barrier. Crack. Just like the energy dome, the 400 meters huge mana barrier started cracking at a rapid speed. Right now, everyone wished from the bottom of their hearts that the mana wave would stop. It's him. One by one, everyone turned to look at Aditya. Almost everyone here knew who this handsome young man was. Crack. The crack continued increasing. In a few seconds, the 400 meters mana barrier was full of cracks. Aditya, everything rests on your shoulder now. Aditya's face turned pale as he began pouring more of his mana into holding the mana barrier. The cracks that were all over the mana barrier started disappearing. It was as if time has been reversed. Just how much mana does he has? At this moment, everyone had respect for Aditya. I am out of mana. Almost everyone heard had used all of their mana to make large mana barriers, while the first-order cultivators had no choice but to reinforce the mana barrier of others with their little mana reserve. Compared to other high-order cultivators, the first orders only had 100 plus mana. Meanwhile, Aditya's face started turning more and more paler with each passing second. Right now, 300 plus. Barrier fell, it would be over. Aditya hold it for a few more seconds. Fortunately, the mana wave has been getting weaker. After breaking the city energy dome and hundreds of thousands of mana barriers, the mana wave has weakened a lot. I can't hold it anymore. Aditya was starting to feel his consciousness fading from overusing his 2,800 plus, 30 meters tall, and keeping the barrier running when a powerful external force was trying to break the barrier. A huge amount of mana was being consumed each passing second. Bang! The next second, Aditya fell to his knees as he witnessed the 400 meters of mana barrier breaking like glass. Fortunately, by then the mana wave had greatly weakened. Other than feeling a strong gust of wind, nothing happened to anyone. Aditya managed to save everyone at the last second. We survived. Some soldiers couldn't believe that they had survived the mana wave. For a few seconds they thought they were doomed. We survived because of him. Everyone turned their eyes to look at the person who was on his knees and panting heavily. His face looked pale, as if someone had squeezed out all the blood from his body. All the Fourth Order cultivators stared at each other with shocked expressions. Just how much mana does this kid have? Even the Fourth Order cultivators were able to last only a second before the mana wave broke their mana barriers. So this is the rumored son-in-law of Duke Adam. A man standing next to Lucian carefully observed Aditya for turning his attention to the mana vortex. Meanwhile, Lucian had newfound respect and admiration for Aditya. This man had not only saved his life, but also saved the lives of his father, and also millions of cultivators and adventurers. Before I wanted to fight him to test out his strength, but now I want to fight him as a cultivator. Adam, Eddie, and Tobias, all three had smiles on their faces. Adam patted Aditya's right shoulder and said with a smile, "Good job, kid. It is because of you that we managed to survive." Aditya replied with a small nod before taking a few mana recovery pills. Not just Aditya, everyone had mana recovery pills with them. Adam had ordered mana recovery pills, health recovery pills, and stamina recovery pills to be handed to every person who has come to join this battle. While doing that, he also used up all the reserved pills that his daughter and his daughter's maid Paige had made in a few years. Aditya felt a little better after taking the mana recovery pills. He looked at the mana vortex and was instantly shocked. The mana vortex now had turned into a huge dark blue portal. Old man Tobias's face turned ugly seeing this portal. He knew what was about to come. Compared to what they were about to face, the mana wave was more like a teaser as the main show was about to begin now. Chapter 97. What the hell is that? The million of warriors and mages did not get time to celebrate as their attention was eventually drawn to the 100 meters huge dark blue portal. It was impossible to see. Beyond the portal, no one knew what type of monsters were inside the dungeon. The number of monsters exceeds 10 million. Tobias did not say these words in a loud tone, as he knew if the soldiers learned about this, they would lose their morals in fights. Aditya and Adam shared a look. Both men stared into each other's eyes. At this moment, words weren't necessary. With a single look, Aditya instantly understood what Adam wanted to remind him. Adam was reminding Aditya about the promise that he made to Adam. "Don't worry, we will win this fight." Adam shook his head and said nothing, only he knew how anxious he was in his heart. For a moment, no one said anything. They held their breaths and kept on staring at the gigantic, 100 meters size dark blue portal. Everyone was nervous about this fight. Even the peak Fourth Order cultivators were having a hard time keeping themselves calm. They may be a powerhouse, but in front of an army of millions of monsters, even they were not so sure. It's coming. Aditya will remember this scene forever. From the huge portal, he saw a green being walking out. He instantly recognized this being. The being was 2 meters tall and had green skin. The being had bat-like ears and either a flat or long and hooked nose. The being had dark red pupils and an ugly, hideous face. It's a goblin. The monster that they were going to face turned out to be a monster of demonic origin. The 2 meters tall green-skinned goblin was wearing silver armor covering his chest and ribcage. The monster had covered its lower part with wolf skin. The goblin had a pair of shoes made out of leather. The goblin was holding a short black sword. Following the goblin, this time 1,000 goblins started walking out of the portal. With each passing second, more and more goblins walked out of the portal. The goblins' number is increasing. Within a minute, more than 10,000 goblins were widely running. At the 1 million soldiers, the mana wave had instantly destroyed all the trees and objects in its path. At this moment, there were no signs of trees or any objects in the 20 km distance between Abigail City and the dungeon. It was a plain field, a perfect place for battle. Adam and other fourth-order cultivators appeared in front of the 1,000,000 armies. Adam then raised his greatsword and spoke in a loud tone. "Everyone, it's time to protect this land. Do not fear death. Charge forward the enemies and slaughter them. Kill the goblins." Standing above the wall, Aditya watched the army of 100,000 charging to kill the seemingly endless number of goblins. "So that guy is here." Aditya glanced at Lucian, the son of Duke Campbell, who challenged in a fight around 5 days ago. He wasn't expecting the son of Duke Campbell to participate in this fight. For the next few seconds, Aditya curiously kept his eyes on Lucian. At the front, standing 20 meters away from Adam, Lucian charged at the goblins at his full speed. Right when the goblins were only 100 meters away from him, the silver sword in his hand started shining in white light. Ice blizzard slash. Bang. A wave of cold ice mana was released from the 5th-tier silver sword. The attack instantly froze 2,000 first-order goblins to death. Seeing his large-scale attack, the soldiers behind him also felt their blood boiling. With a loud roar, Adam, Eddie, Tobias, and everyone started their fights against the goblins. However, Aditya soon discovered another problem. The number of goblins that were being killed each second was really low compared to the number of goblins coming out of the dungeon. In a few minutes, the goblin number went from 10,000 to 50,000. There seems to be no end to the goblins. There are royal goblins, goblin mages, goblin warriors, half-goblins, high goblins. There were all kinds of goblins mixed, but the most common one was the goblins. Except for 100 most goblins' cultivation was either in peak first order or second order. 2 pairs of red wings appeared on his back. Dark blue lightning started flickering around his body. The next moment, the Dragon King also disappeared as if he had teleported. Under Adam's orders, the 1,000,000 armies had begun surrounding the goblins from 3 sides. All the fourth-order powerhouses were fighting at the front line while the mages fought from behind. All kinds of siege weapons were constantly attacking the goblins. Just die already. While being surrounded by thousands of second-order goblins, Adam madly swung his greatsword. Each time he swung his greatsword, hundreds of goblins would die. He wasn't using his mana. His raw strength was more than enough to slaughter the goblins like cabbage. The other side also had goblin mages. The goblin mages were wearing black hats and covering their bodies with black cloaks. One of the third-order goblin mage's attention was drawn to Adam. The female goblin mage was momentarily left stunned, seeing hundreds of bodies of goblins flying. Each time this man swung his greatsword, it generated a shockwave that sent hundreds of goblins flying. "Keek, this human looks strong. I wonder if the king will allow me to mate with him." The female goblin mage raised her wooden staff and started casting a 3-star spell at Adam. Illusion Demon. The wooden staff shined brightly as the female goblin mage almost released her spell, but at the last moment a sword pierced her body and appeared between her breasts. Cough. The female goblin mage coughed out a mouth full of blood as the wooden staff fell from her hand. She somehow looked back to find a handsome man with long dark blue hair coldly staring at her. Human. Aditya did not have even a shred of mercy as he witnessed the female goblin mage fall on her knees and then slowly lose consciousness. "I am a dragon." The next second, Aditya snapped his fingers. Ding! The host has killed a mid-third-order goblin mage. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Swoosh. For a second, everyone on the battlefield stopped fighting as they stared at the enormous-looking red dragon that descended from the cloud. The red dragon was made up of fire flames. The red dragon was about 100 meters tall and 25 meters wide. Just the appearance of the red dragon created fear in the hearts of the 100,000s of goblins. This is the legendary red flame. But how does this man has this legendary flame? Why I haven't heard of his name before? I am beginning to understand on why the Duke chose this man as his daughter's future husband. The soldiers couldn't help but stop for a moment and look at the majestic-looking 100-meter-tall red Eastern dragon. The Eastern red dragon descended from heaven. As soon as the red dragon came 30 meters above the ground, all the first-order goblins who were below the red dragon felt their bodies burning. Ah, what is happening? I don't know. Someone save me. The first-order goblins howled in pain. Their painful cries sent chills down other goblins' spines. They immediately started making distance from this human. Ding, the host has killed a first-order goblin mage. Ding, the host has killed a first-order goblin warrior. Ding, the host has killed a first-order goblin. Ding, the host has killed a first-order half-goblin. Ding, the host has killed a first-order goblin archer. Ding, the host has killed a... Without waiting, Aditya sent the red dragon on a straight path. Just the terrifying temperature of the flame was enough to burn any first-order goblins, who were near 25 meters range of the Eastern Red Dragon. Ding, the host has killed a first-order half-goblin. Ding, the host has killed a first-order goblin archer. Ding, the host has killed a... Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Boom! A powerful attack suddenly destroyed the red dragon. Let me handle this human. Hearing the voice, Aditya turned to his left to find a 5 meters tall goblin. Unlike other goblins, this goblin was very different. This goblin had red skin, almost human, looking like muscular body, and was 5 meters tall. So this is a mutant goblins. Aditya felt the strength of this goblin was at least beginner 4th order. My name is Zia Wu. Seeing 4th order handling this human, the other goblins tactfully moved aside and continued attacking the other humans. That's a Chinese name. Aditya raised an eyebrow. From the beginning, he has noticed several things. The first thing was that all the goblins had the same intelligence as an adult human's, which is really weird. As far as he knew, goblin at most had the intelligence of a 9-year child. Goblins were monsters that kidnap girls to have **X with them. Aditya has heard that goblins usually target small villages and **P* all the girls within the village until they die. Secondly, even if the goblins are born inside a dungeon, from where did the goblins got forged weapons and clothes? The mana wouldn't possibly make weapons for the goblins. Aditya was starting to feel that this mana vortex had some other purpose. What is your name, human? Since Aditya had suppressed his bloodline, everyone thought of him as human. I am Aditya. Zia Wu slyly smiled as he licked his curved dagger. Prepare to die. Swoosh. Zia Wu instantly covered 100 meters distance and appeared in front of Aditya. Chapter 98. Zia Wu instantly covered 100 meters distance and appeared in front of Aditya. Aditya's face was reflected in the sharp and polished steel sword that headed for his neck. Clang. Oh! The red goblin named Zia Wu was surprised when Aditya surprisingly managed to block his attack. After blocking the attack with the Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword, the Dragon King used his right leg to land a kick on the red goblin. Bang! The kick forced the red goblin to retreat 10 meters. He held his stomach in pain. He felt his internal organs were being crushed from the punch. Compared to normal humans, goblins' bodies weren't that strong. Goblins were more of an agility-type fighter because of their light body. The red mutant goblin Zia Zhu was a mutant goblin. He was born with extraordinary strength. What a powerful attack! Never did he expect he would meet a human whose raw strength was even higher than his. This is where he was wrong. He did not know that Aditya was a dragon whose raw strength was high even for a dragon standard. It's a shame, but our tribe's female goblins would have loved to taste you. Hearing these words, Aditya utterly felt disgusted. Suddenly, the coldness in his eyes only increased. Both Red Goblin and Aditya dashed at each other. When Aditya was only 4 meters away from Zia Wu, he activated one of his most lethal skills, Crimson Blink. When the red goblin blinked his eyes for a second, the next second he found, instead of seeing a human, he found a red bolt of lightning almost was about to hit his chest. Not understanding what was going on, the goblin put his hands together before his chest to protect his body from the attack. Boom! Once again Zia Wu was pushed back. This time smokes were coming out of his muscular and strong arms. Zia Wu gritted his teeth in pain as he literally felt his both arms has been shattered. He felt his skin was burning. Never did he experience this kind of horrifying pain. Time to die. The next second the red goblin was greeted with a 5 meters spiraling orb that hit his body. With his scream, his body burned to black, and the beginner 4th order red goblin named Zia Wu died, leaving other goblins in a complete state of shock. Ding! The host has killed a beginner 4th order mutated goblin. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Aditya cracked his neck as he looked at the other goblins with a threatening and cold smile. That was a good warm-up. Now it's time to start the hunt. Swoosh! The Dragon King disappeared from his place. The soldiers who were fighting the 1st order goblins suddenly felt the temperature around them rising rapidly. Look to your right. When others looked to their right, they suddenly found the sky was covered with hundreds of 10 meters of big, spiraling orbs of red flames. Boom, boom, boom. It was like they were witnessing a meteor shower. 1 by 100 spiraling orbs that were made up of red flames rained down on the goblins that came out of the portal. Ding! The host has killed a beginner 2nd order mutated goblin. Ding! The host has killed a peak 1st order goblin mage. Ding! The host has killed a peak 1st order goblin warrior. Ding! The host has killed a peak 1st order goblin archer. Ding! The host has killed a mid-2nd order goblin mage. Ding! The host has killed a peak. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. With the mana that I currently have, I can keep using this kind of attack many times before I ran out of mana. Aditya decided to not waste his mana at this early stage of this fight. The real winner of this fight will be the ones who preserve their strength from the beginning and last till the very end. Let's do some physical exercise. Aditya landed in the middle of the horde of goblins monsters. No matter which direction he looked at, he can only see an endless sea of goblins. Crimson blaze. A red ring of flame formed around Aditya. The ring was about 5 meters in size. Just as the ring of flame formed around, it instantly burned hundreds of goblins to ashes. Under Aditya's control, the ring of red flame started expanding in size. It went from being 5 meters to 10 meters and then to 20 meters. The red flame ring just continued to expand. About 5 seconds later, the ring of flame had expanded up to 50 meters. From the sky, if someone looked down, then they would see a huge ring of red flame that was over 50 meters in size. Every goblin in 50 meters radius was burned by the crimson flame. Ding! The host has killed a mid-2nd order goblin mage. Ding! The host has killed a peak. On the other side, Adam, just like his son-in-law, was also going full berserk. He was called the Wild Lion for no reason. Today everyone got to see why he was called savage. His fighting style was just too cruel and brutal. With one hand he madly kept on swinging his greatsword. With his other hand, he kept on casting various types of elemental spells. Come F*******. From behind a beginner, a 3rd order goblin warrior jumped at Adam, intending to land an attack on Adam's back with his sword. But to his shock, Adam suddenly threw the greatsword in a certain direction before turning around to grab the beginner 3rd order goblin. The wild lion grabbed the beginner 3rd order goblin warrior with his both hands. What happened the next second made other goblins' blood go cold. They were petrified when Adam ripped off the beginner 3rd order goblin's head with his bare hands. What kind of animal is he? Another third-order goblin stared at Adam in fear. That goblin that Adam just killed was his brother. Seeing his brother get killed this brutally, the third-order goblin's body couldn't stop shaking in fear. Meanwhile, Adam grabbed the chain that was wrapped around his left hand. With a single pull, the greatsword that weighed 5 tons flew back at Adam. While flying back, any goblin that came in its way instantly exploded. Dirty animals. Adam then grabbed the black chain that was tied on the hilt of the greatsword with both of his hands. The next moment he started spinning his body, causing the 5-ton greatsword to rotate with him like the rotor blades of a helicopter. Misty vengeance fall. Bang. No goblin was able to stop the rotating greatsword that weighed 5 tons. Even peak third order goblins were cut like cabbage. Damn it. We have to deal with these 2 humans. His flame is too dangerous. Our soldiers can't even get near him because of that crimson flame, and the other one is fighting more like a savage. At this rate, these 2 will become a big problem. Don't worry for now, let's wait. I don't mind if a few 100,000 of our goblins die. Those who died were just trash. Let those 2 humans have some fun. I am sure it won't be long before both get exhausted. For now, let's observe and see if the enemy has any trump cards. All right, this was just the early phase of the battle. The battle still hadn't entered the main phase. By now, more than 100,000 goblins had come out of the portal. The number just kept on increasing. At this rate, within another 5 to 10 minutes, the goblins' number will increase to 250,000. Right now, the armies of 1 million were having no problem overwhelming the goblins. For everyone goblin, there were at least 110 soldiers. At the back, the soldiers and adventurers with healing and supportive classes were constantly healing and also supporting the soldiers who were fighting at the front line. Not only that, the siege weapons owned by the Onard family were way more advanced than the siege weapons used by the kingdoms in the eastern region of the continent. Each siege weapon attack was strong enough to kill hundreds of third-order goblins. It's unfortunate that it takes almost 10 minutes to prepare a single attack. Each siege attack cost the Onard family around 10,000 royal gold coins. Ding, the host has killed a peak second-order mutated goblin. Ding, the host has killed a mid-third-order goblin mage. Ding, the host has killed a peak third-order royal goblin. Ding, the host has killed a mid-second-order goblin archer. Ding, the host has killed a mid-third-order royal goblin. Ding, the host has killed a peak. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. At this point, he had practically lost the count of the number of goblins that he had killed. No matter how many goblins we keep on killing, their number doesn't seem to end. Instead, their numbers only have been increasing. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has reached level 140. Hearing the message, Aditya stopped for a moment. It only has been around 10 minutes since he joined the battle, yet killed so many goblins that he went from level 100 to level 140 in just 10 minutes. This place is perfect for farming experience points. The Dragon King felt very happy about the whole situation. At this rate, it won't be long before he reaches third order. His cultivation speed was out of his world. Even the greatest genius in the history of this world cannot compare to him. Foo-foo, little brother, why don't you play with us instead? Instead of playing with these lowly goblins, just play with us. Hee, I am sure you will love it. Aditya stopped as he noticed the first-order and second-order goblins were avoiding him. He turned around to find a group of females standing 100 meters away from him. Seeing their ugly faces and the glowing lust in their eyes, Aditya instantly frowned. Chapter 99. Foo-foo, little brother, why don't you play with us instead? Instead of playing with these lowly goblins, just play with us. Hee, I am sure you will love it. Aditya stopped as he noticed the first-order and second-order goblins were avoiding him. He turned around to find a group of females standing 100 meters away from him. Seeing their ugly faces and the glowing lust in their eyes, Aditya instantly frowned. All of them are peak third-order royal goblins. Unlike normal goblins, royal goblins were born a little taller and had bigger bodies. Royal goblins had bodies that almost made them look like humans, but their faces were very ugly. Their skin was dark green compared to normal goblins. Compared to goblins, they were wearing pretty expensive-looking clothes. The one Aditya was going to face was a group of female royal goblins. To be more specific, it was a group that consists of 7 peak third-order goblins. Among them, 2 of the royal goblins were archers, 3 were mages. 1 was a melee fighter, and the last one was a goblin warrior with a black sword. Little brother, why don't you just surrender and submit to us? I promise we will make sure to feed you 3 times a day. Aditya felt very disgusted feeling their lustful gazes on his body. He somehow felt that the faces of these royal goblins were even uglier than the normal goblins. Let's end this quickly. Aditya didn't wish to keep looking at their ugly faces. There was no need to waste time by talking with these monsters that only thought of S*E. Scene change. Mom, hurry up. Sophie nodded her head. Currently, Sophie and Zach was sitting on the couches. On the table in front of them, there was a fist-sized square-shaped dark purple crystal. The dark purple crystal was an artifact of the Onard family. Sophie put condensed her mana inside the crystal, causing the artifact to start glowing in purple color. The light from the artifact started intensifying with each passing second until it reached a point where both Julia and Sophie couldn't keep their eyes open because of the bright light. 5 seconds later, the bright purple light coming from the crystal started dimming down. When Sophie and Julia opened their eyes, they saw a 10 meters big transparent screen in front of the square-shaped crystal. The transparent screen showed them the current state of the battlefield. Unlike Sophie, this was the first time Julia was seeing the cruelty of a battlefield. This is also why Aditya did not take Julia to any battlefield and asked her to stay in the castle. Sophie remained calm, but Julia started feeling anxious about Aditya. The screen showed how goblins endlessly kept coming out of the portal. The millions of soldiers fought with their lives on the line. Both mother and daughter saw the old man Tobias using his vampire powers to kill hundreds of goblins with each passing second. Eddie using his water elemental powers to fight against multiple third-order goblins. Its dad, both Sophie and Julia looked at their dad, who fought more like a wild animal. By now, Adam's entire body was covered in the blood of his enemies. He did not care about anything. If he couldn't kill his enemy with his greatsword, then he would use his bare hands to rip them apart. Rather than feeling scared of seeing a different side of Adam, the mother and daughter felt excited. Seeing Adam fight like this, Dad is so cool. Yeah, this is why I fell for him in the first place. What? The alchemy goddess looked at her mother in surprise. Nothing, let's focus on the battlefield. Sophie slightly blushed. She clearly remembers the day when she saw Adam on the battlefield for the first time. Mom, I want to see Aditya. Sophie helplessly nodded, even though she wanted to keep watching her husband fight. She also realized that her daughter also desired the same for Aditya. Sophie was also curious about Aditya's powers, so she controlled the crystal, and soon Aditya appeared on the screen. Unlike Adam, there wasn't even a single drop of blood on Aditya's flesh. Whereas dead bodies of goblins lay around Adam, there wasn't even a single dead body around him. The only thing that both mother and daughter saw was dust and ashes. I guess we have no choice but to force you to come with us. The goblin named Fang Zhen playfully licked her lips, thinking that her action would seduce Aditya, but in reality it made him want to throw up. Lightning dash. Agility 100 plus swoosh. The female goblins were surprised to see how fast Aditya moved. All of them thought that Aditya was a mage-type fighter, but it seems their assumptions were wrong. 600 plus. The goblin mages had fear in their eyes. Take this: arrow of paralyzing orb, arrow of deteriorating health. 2 kinds of arrows. One was dark purple in color, while the other was dark green in color, were fired by the 2 royal goblin archers. Seeing 2 1-meter-size arrows heading in his direction, Aditya waved his free hand, summoning a 5 meters big red eastern dragon of crimson flame in front of him. The 5 meters big red dragon destroyed 2 arrows and headed for the female royal goblins. Big sister, do something. Hurry, little sister. The 3 royal mages hurriedly cast earth elemental spells to create 3 5 meters thick walls of mud in front of them. Each mud wall was around 10 meters wide and 10 meters in length. Boom! The royal female goblin sighed in relief, seeing that they had successfully managed to stop this crimson flame. You girls shouldn't forget about me. Hearing the cold voice, all 7 female goblins' bodies shuddered in fear. Before they could even turn around, a wave of crimson flame surrounded them from all 4 sides before engulfing their entire bodies in crimson flames. Ah! Someone save us. Aditya coldly watched as the female goblins screamed in pain. Since their bodies were peak 3rd order, they were strong enough to handle the crimson flame and not get turned to ash like those 1st and 2nd order goblins. Unlike 1st and 2nd order goblins who experienced no pain and were instantly turned to ash, these royal goblins experienced the full pain of getting burned alive. The goblins who were in 100 meters range watched Aditya burn the royal goblins in fear. After seeing this, no 1st and 2nd order goblins had the courage to even come near Aditya. Ding! The host has killed peak 3rd order royal goblin archer. Ding! The host has killed peak 3rd order royal goblin mage. Ding! The host has killed peak 3rd order royal goblin warrior. Ding! The host has killed peak 3rd order royal goblin. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Aura of Soul Fire, 90%. Seeing this, Aditya frowned slightly. It seems the difficulty in leveling up is only increasing. Before, killing a peak 3rd order was enough for me to level 9 to 10 times. But now, even after killing 7 peak 3rd order goblins, I only leveled up 2 times. By now, Aditya had stopped receiving any experience from killing 1st order beings. He received very low experience points from killing 2nd order beings. His only option of leveling up was to kill 3rd order goblins or 4th order goblins. But so far, he hasn't sensed any 4th order goblin coming out of the portal. Aditya looked down to see the wooden staff, armor, and weapons that were previously used by the royal goblins. The weapons and armor were slightly burned from his crimson flame, but this armor and weapons still looked usable. Let's see. Since no goblin dared to even approach him, Aditya stopped fighting and bent down to pick up the black sword that one of the ugly-looking royal goblins used. Warped Etcher mid 3-star weapon. Description. Increases the power of wind elemental attacks by 50%. Good sword. While holding the sword, the king of the Eastern kingdom suddenly had another idea in his head. The idea was a little crazy, but he still hoped that this idea of his would work. He looked around. The only thing that he can see was an endless sea of goblins. No matter where he looked, he only saw green goblins. For the first time in his life, Aditya hated this green color so much. However, he wasn't looking for goblins. He instead looked down. He couldn't help but smile seeing the countless weapons falling on the ground. I don't know from where these goblins got such high-star weapons and armor, but it would be a great waste to not take these high-star weapons and armor with me. Before, Aditya even had bought slaves to forge weapons and armor for this kingdom. But there is a limit on how many weapons and armor few slaves can make in a single day. Buying high-star weapons and armor wasn't an option either. The most cheapest and useful option will be to loot all the weapons and armor that the goblins dropped. With the wave of his hand, all the weapons and armor that were lying on the ground around him were instantly stored in his space ring. It didn't matter if the weapon or armor was still covered in blood. He can wash them later when he returns to his kingdom. What is he doing? Julia and Sophie were stunned to see Aditya collecting weapons and armor. Both mother and daughter looked at each other with various emotions. Suddenly, both of them started laughing while seeing what Aditya was doing. Meanwhile, Aditya happily collected all the weapons and armors around him. Since he had killed these goblins, no one had any right of stopping him. It did not matter whether the weapon or Armor was 1 star or 2 star. He put everything in his storage ring. Wit's End Peak 2-star sword. Description. Increases the power of the user by 20%. I am getting richer. Just as Aditya was about to put the 2-star sword in his space ring, he suddenly felt danger coming from behind. Without any hesitation, he activated the lightning dash and moved to his right side. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed another peak 3rd-order goblin attacking him using a 3-star sword. For some reason, he looked very angry at Aditya. Aditya, however, managed to dodge the attack. Just die. The goblin roared in anger before charging at Aditya once again. Chapter 100. Just die. The goblin roared in anger before charging at Aditya once again. Who the hell are you? Aditya asked as he sidestepped to the right and dodged the attack. You killed my sisters. Aditya remembered the 7 ugly-looking royal goblins that he previously slaughtered. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Aditya's face as his crimson pupils started shining in red color. I remember those ugly B*T*keys. It was quite fun to kill them. Hearing those provoking words, the goblin named Zai Heng suddenly stopped. Aditya watched as the male goblin's body started shaking while his eyes turned red from anger. The goblin named Zai Heng was standing only 2 meters away from Aditya. Just like Aditya expected, the male goblin roared before going to attack. However, this time, instead of dodging his attacks, Aditya coldly smiled as he deflected his attack before Aditya's sword pierced the goblin's chest. Idiot, since your sisters couldn't survive against me, what made you think that you can defeat me? Cough. The goblin looked like he wanted to say something, but Aditya stopped him. Let me tell you one thing. You sisters were the ugliest B*T** in the whole world. The next second, the royal goblin named Zai Heng's head fell to the ground. This time Aditya did not turn his body to ash. He instead put the sword that this royal goblin was using before walking away. Ding! You have killed a peak 3rd-order royal goblin prince. Aura of soul fire, 91%. Now that my level has increased to level 142, my current strength should be more than enough to wield this. Aditya couldn't help but smile in excitement. He has been waiting to get strong so that he can finally use that bad boy, Adamantite Doomblade. Aditya's heart started beating faster as he held the Adamantite Doomblade, the black sword which weighed 3 tons in his right hand. Right now Aditya had no problem holding and using his sword as 300+. On his left hand, Aditya had his Crimson Dragon Wrath, the peak 2-star sword with a fire affinity. Let's try out my new partner. Swoosh. The next second Aditya disappeared from his position. Goblins who were previously keeping a distance from Aditya felt panicked seeing Aditya disappear. So Aditya finally is going to use that sword. Julia couldn't help but feel excited. Meanwhile, her mother had a surprised look on her face. She knew the black sword weighed around 3 tons. Adam couldn't lift the sword till he reached peak 3rd order. And here Aditya was using it while still being mid-2nd order. Aditya was still around 7 km away from the gigantic dark blue portal from which goblins endlessly kept on coming out. The goblins had kept a 100 meters distance from Aditya. They didn't dare cross the 100 meters line, knowing full well that this devil was going to kill them the next moment. Bang! The peak 2nd order goblin saw a dark red flash before its whole body exploded into blood mist. A similar thing happened to other nearby goblins. One by one, their bodies exploded into blood mist. Ding! You have killed a mid-2nd order goblin. Ding! You have killed a mid-2nd order goblin. Aura of soul fire, 93%. The human soldiers who were fighting 3 km away suddenly noticed the red blood mist in the air. When they looked closely, they found the bodies of the goblins were exploding like water balloons. What is happening there? I have no idea. But the soldiers did not have to wait long, as after killing hundreds of goblins, Aditya finally stopped. When he crouched down to pick up the swords from the ground, others were finally able to see his body, which by now was covered in the blood of goblins, as expected of a mid-5-star sword. Aditya used his high agility to pick up all the weapons and armors that were lying on the ground. Doing this is going to take a lot of time. I need someone who can pick up weapons and armor for me instead. Aditya did not like stopping in the middle of the fighting. He looked around to see if he can find any good candidates, but the next second, his attention was drawn toward another being that had just come out of the portal. What are they? Similarly, Adam, Tobias, Eddie, and other four-order cultivators also stopped fighting and looked at the sky. They are finally here. He. Now nothing is going to stop us from crushing the humans and other races. Finally, our sufferings are going to end. Aditya was able to hear these words with his heightened senses. He couldn't help but frown. From the portal, hundreds of blackbirds that strangely resembled a crow started flying out. However, unlike normal crows, these crows were about 5 meters in size. They had large black wings and red eyes. What shocked everyone was when they saw goblins wearing full-body armor sitting on the back of the crows. Swoosh! Bang! Next second, all thousands of goblins in the area near Aditya were cleared up, leaving a river of blood. Kid, those birds are called devil crow. It was Adam who instantly killed 1,000 goblins before appearing next to Aditya. Devil crow. They are demonic beings that can be found in the demon world or places with high corrupted mana. An average devil crow is about 5 meters in size. These birds have a flight speed comparable to a peak third order, while an average devil crow is strong as a peak second order cultivator. After hundreds of devil crows carrying thousands of goblins flew out of the portal, another group of devil crows started coming out. Normally, even a peak second order can kill these crows, but the problem is that only fifth order cultivators can fly, while some of us can fly using rare artifacts that will also consume a lot of mana. Aditya understood what Adam wanted him to do. Don't worry, Uncle, I will take care of these devil crows. Adam patted his right shoulder. If do not put your life in danger. I don't want my daughter to become a widow even before getting married. 2 pairs of crimson wings came out of his back, surprising all goblins who previously thought that Aditya was a human. Aditya's fingers transformed into dragon claws with red hard scales covering his arms. Swoosh! Adam felt a gust of wind when Aditya flew off to the sky. Seeing Aditya flying in the sky, all the goblins who were sitting on Devil Crow's back were shocked, so they have a few dragons among them. Following Aditya, 11 other dragon men and women also flew off to the sky. Their speeds were not fast as Aditya's. Aditya turned his attention to the 11 other dragons, before he also had sensed the presence of other dragons in the army. Aditya and the other 11 dragons looked at each other and nodded their heads simultaneously. It looks like those other dragons are from one single family. All dragons had the similar color of dragon wings. Their wings were light blue in color. The light blue color represented water, so those dragons were water dragons. Today we're going to slay dragons. Aditya turned his attention to the goblins sitting on the back of the devil crow. Each devil crow was carrying 15 goblins on their back. Since goblins' bodies are much smaller than humans, they had no problem carrying 15 goblins on their backs. He noticed that all the goblins that were sitting on the devil crow's back were either second order or third order goblins. Lightning dash, 100 plus agility boom. Holding 2 swords in his hand, the Dragon King moved in the direction of the devil crows. His sudden increase in speed shocked the other dragons who were following him. They realized that, despite having lower cultivation, this dragon was able to beat them in speed. Seeing the enemy moving in their direction, the devil crows released a dark red mist from their mouth. All the dark red mist joined together to form a mist screen in front of Aditya. Seeing this, he suddenly changed his flight path and started flying up. Using his wings to control his movement, he up at a terrifying speed. Within 15 seconds, he was 500 meters above the devil crows. Crimson blaze. The goblins and the devil crows saw the sky above them was getting covered by a huge wave of crimson flame. The crimson flame extended over 1,000 meters, hovering above hundreds of devil crows like a net. They felt as if the sky itself had turned red, replacing the clouds with red flame. The dragons who were following Aditya, the millions of soldiers who were fighting goblins, the goblins Adam, Eddie, Tobias, Julia, and her mother Sophie all looked at the whole scene in a state of deep shock. What the hell? The third-order goblins who rode the devil crows felt their blood go cold from looking at the crimson blaze that was over their head. What kind of attack was this? Even if they used all of their mana, at most they can cover around 100 meters. Even a beginner fourth order wouldn't be able to release this kind of horrifying attack unless that cultivator has a massive pool of mana. Julia knew that Aditya's mana pool has largely increased because of the black heart, but never did she think his mana has increased that much. Ha, this is called Nightmare of Goblins, now die. With a wave of his hand, the crimson flame that covered 1,000 meters area of the sky started raining down on the goblins and on the devil crows. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the sea of crimson flame devour more than 300 plus devil crows and 500 plus third-order and second-order goblins. Ding, you have burned a peak third-order goblin to death. Ding, you have burned a peak second-order goblin to death. Ding, you have burned a peak second-order devil crow to death. Ding, you have burned a peak second-order devil crow to death. Ding, you have burned a peak second-order devil crow to death. Ding, you have burned a peak second-order. Ding, 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 die. Hearing thousands of messages from the system, Aditya felt a headache. At this moment he had a huge smile on his face. The continuously ringing from the system was only making his body more and more excited. Ding, you have leveled up. All of your stats have been increased by 1 point. You have obtained 2 free stats points. Ding, you have leveled up. All of your stats have been increased by 1 point. You have obtained 2 free stats points. Ding, you have reached level 150. Aura of Soul Fire, 100%.